but in deference to those who are here, we will start. So I don't know, Nick, if you want to, as the chair.
Yep. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the September 11th, 2019 meeting of the Developmental Disabilities Advisory Council. I know Josie sent out an agenda yesterday, so you should all have a copy of that. We may find, and again, I don't know from Josie's standpoint if we have members. Do we have any members via the phone? Or
we don't have.
Well, we don't anymore, right? So we're good with that. I do know parking is a premium today. I noticed a couple of the lots closed, so we may have a few people walking in on us. But I think we've got a pretty full agenda. Josie had sent out an email identifying topics that people were interested in hearing about. So we're going to be joined. Allison is going to kick it off with some information on the implementation of the IDD health home model. Then we're going to hear a little bit about community habilitation and CFCO, which is going to be implementing January 1, right? And then we'll be joined this afternoon by, I believe Leslie's coming in to talk a little bit about DQI and then we'll talk about the, Tamika will talk about the IDD Health Home and Managed Care dashboards, and then we'll follow up with Kate talking a little bit about home and community-based services and following up on some of the discussion that I believe was started at the last meeting. So, okay, sorry. So, again, having said that, why don't we start? Roger, do you, Commissioner, have any comments?
Yes, and just I think we should just do a round of introductions. You took the welcome part, so I'm happy to defer to you, to Nick. We'll go.
I see familiar faces, but yes, we should do that.
So folks can please introduce themselves, and if there's an affiliation that they have, or kind of what to identify that. Maybe Shamika, we can start on your side and then move it around in sort of horseshoe fashion around the tables.
Hello, my name is Shamika Andrews. I am the Community Outreach Coordinator for the Self-Advocacy Association of New York State.
Hi, good morning. I'm Dolores McFadden, Director of Developmental Disability Services for the Orange County Department of Mental Health.
Good morning, Mary Ellen Tegmeyer. I'm a parent from Hudson Valley DDRO, Westchester County.
Good morning, Donna Colonna, Services for the Unserved.
Margaret Puddington, parent from Manhattan.
Mary Somoza, parent from Manhattan.
Good morning, Jill Pettinger, Deputy Commissioner with OPWDD, State Operations and Statewide Services.
Good morning, Kate Marley. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for Program and Policy Development.
Hi, good morning. Allison McCarthy, Director of Managed Care Implementation.
Good morning, Nick Capoletti. I'm a parent of a soon-to-be 30-year-old from Syracuse, New York. So,
Roger Bearden, OPWDD Executive Deputy Commissioner.
I'm Ted Kastner, Commissioner, and I just want to thank our members for being here and also the public for making the effort to attend. I look forward to hearing from you all. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tamika Black, the Deputy Commissioner for the Division of Data Management and Strategy.
Good morning. I'm Vicki Haifa from the Developmental Disabilities Planning Council. I'm representing Sheila Carey today.
Hi, I'm Michelle Judah. I'm a parent, and I am with Parent to Parent of New York State.
Gary Goldstein, founder of the OPWDD Task Force on Special Needs Dentistry and Dental Director of Emblem Health.
Good. All right. Should we start, Allison?
Sure. Yes, that's great.
Let's see here. Let's see if we can get our slides going.
Dramatic pause. So good morning, everyone. I think we all can recognize that when we first began this journey down the CCO, Care Coordination Organization, Health Home path, we may have underestimated the significance of the initiative and all of the work that is needed to transition 100,000 individuals from one model to another model that really is looking at integration and coordination well beyond what our previous Medicaid service coordination system was achieving. So I think for me, it's important to state here that health home implementation, CCO implementation is a process. It's a 2-year trajectory to really get our feet on the ground and collectively through continued engagement, input from you all, input from our care managers, input from families, individuals, CCOs, providers, and OPWD continue to work collectively to really think about and build capacity. We are building capacity. We are continuing to build capacity. We have engaged in several activities to begin and to continue this process. In the spring, we conducted technical assistance reviews, and I think it was a very important insight into how CCOs are doing and the work that we need to continue to build upon. I think, we know that we're focused on basics, the benchmarks. Are assessments completed? Are life plans completed? And the answer is yes, we're continuing to move forward. We have really made great progress, and I'm here to say that the baseline, the basics, we're moving forward. But that's not enough. We recognize that quality, life planning, person-centered planning is the goal. Integrated person-centered planning is the goal, and we still have a long way to go. I am hearing from the DDAC systems subcommittee that met yesterday that we do have a long way to go, and we need to focus on quality improvement, quality strategies that really bring our system to a new place. Now, I think it's very important that we recognize individual cases, and we need to understand the importance of addressing those individual cases. But because we do serve 100,000 people, we also need to recognize the importance of a systemic approach. We have an opportunity and a learning opportunity from existing health homes, from a process that has come before us, to build upon that process and look at how organizations operate and function from both a top-down and a bottom-up approach. So we appreciate the continued input that you provide to say, this isn't working well, and we need to do better here. But we're also looking at from the top down to say, what are the systemic areas that we need to build upon? So internally, we've been talking about a public input process that we really want to use you as the Developmental Disabilities Council and potentially the DDAC subcommittee as an avenue for communicating challenges, issues, and real problems that we need to address. That proposal is in front of OPWD deputy commissioners for consideration, and what we really want to do is be able to differentiate where we have systemic challenges in the person-centered planning process that we can then go across the aisle to the CCOs and create strategies for improvement. We need to continue to improve what we're doing, and it's not going to happen overnight. And I know we've met a couple times since our launch, and it seems like we continue to have the same conversation, but it does take time. We have to recognize where we've been and where we're going, and that it will take time. So, let's see here. I have it two different. So just to touch on the technical assistance, we did interview several components or intake reps, leadership, care managers, QI reps. We also pulled individual records. So I think there's been a concern that it's all been systemic. We're looking at policies, we're looking at procedures, and we're not looking at specific life plans in the experience of specific individuals. We did pull behaviorally challenged, clinically challenged individual records and really look to see if our CCOs were picking up and really were addressing those areas. And we found in some cases, in fact, there was a note that it happened. Gosh, I'm so sorry.
Too many cell phones.
Too many cell phones. I think this is yours.
Oh.
That wasn't me. Anyways, apologies for that. There was recognition that someone did have an additional clinical need or behavioral need, but the real question was it being acted upon? And in some cases, we didn't see it being acted upon, and in some cases, we did. So we said to CCOs, it's not good enough to just note it in the record. There needs to be an action that you're now responsible for being the catalyst for to address that specific clinical or behavioral need. So I think, again, we continue to identify these areas where things are happening and need to actually improve and go beyond what our system is used to. Dual monitoring here. That would be great.
Quick question.
So, yes.
Just in terms of the needs, if something like dentistry tends to get overlooked in a lot of these plans, Is there, and we worked on early on trying to get that pushed in, and a real good plan which talks about what an individual might need in terms of anesthesia, et cetera. Is that part of your assessment? Are you looking at dental also?
That's a great question, and I believe we are currently under the process of developing the post-implementation survey review tool with Department of Health, and my understanding is that dental is included, but we can go back and verify that that is a component of that review. So it's a very good point. And, I don't need to get hung up in the slides too much. We had the technical assistance review. I think it was a real useful assessment. We are planning for the post-implementation surveys, which is looking across the entire organization, both at a policy, but also at the very core basic level of the person-centered review. We're integrating our current Division of Quality Improvement person-centered review process and making that a robust component of that post-implementation process, which is really the predecessor to the 3-year designation of our CCOs. So unlike MSC, we have a process and we're developing a process for reviewing these organizations. It is an opportunity to check back in to say, is what we've set out to achieve actually happening? And to your point, I think we want to make sure that all of the targets, all of those real components that bring health home comprehensive care to the next level are included in that review. So OPWD, Department of Health, are working on that tool. The reviews begin in October and go through January. Following that, we'll have a very good idea of where each organization is at and what to expect as we move forward with the 3-year review. So again, I don't need to get too hung up on the slides. I'm happy to open up the dialogue and really hear from you. We value your input. We appreciate your patience, and we understand that you have loved ones who you continue to be very focused on and interested in making sure that, it's not only improving for them, but improving for the full community who we serve.
I'm hearing from a lot of parents that the care managers are having significant problems with Medisked, with the system where they input. When the parent recognizes that things are wrong in the life plan and they want to change it, if they take out something, if they put in an extra service, something is automatically taken out without their control. And this is not just one. It's been a whole line of emails from parents on my list of a lot of difficulty with the care managers who are not trained, some better than others who've been in the system before as MSCs, but new care managers who have to get back to a supervisor or don't know the answers, and very frustrating on the ground for parents, and some parents who don't have life plans and haven't had a life plan initiated, some who don't know the name of their care manager. And I know my individual case, but I'm hearing from parents from all the CCOs that they're using in, New York City, Long Island, and upstate. Different parents with different systems. It's not just one CCO or...
Thank you.
But there's definitely something with the Medisked, and I have a big question which parents are asking about the CAS, and what is its purpose? Is it being used to direct PRAs, for example, or to direct the life plan, or,
Thank you for your input. I'm going to break it down into 3 components. I think we'll take the CAS last, but I think the other piece is the life plan, and then just care manager contact. Care manager contact, if that is a difficult thing still, we really need to make sure we address that. We have regional office liaisons for each CCO, or at each regional office, that need to be made aware of an instance where a individual or family cannot reach their care manager. It is the DDSO. It's a specific liaison. We have a care management button on our homepage that actually brings you to the list of those liaisons. I encourage anyone who cannot reach their care manager to reach out to their liaison and communicate that that is happening, because that is just not acceptable. We need to be able to get back to families and make sure that they have a dialogue with their care manager. So that's one thing I would respond on your notes. The second is the Metasced system. My hope is that we can use the public input process that I spoke of before as a means to address not only program challenges, but where the program challenges are also related to the IT challenge. So if we can get specific information from you and others about what does not work and where there are problems with the system, we can bring that back to the CCOs, who can then work with their vendor to address those challenges. But if we don't identify the specific challenge, we're not successful at resolving these issues. So again, being able to really drill down, what is it we're saying that we don't like, and being able to then solve the problem is the critical component. And then in terms of your CAS question, I think I'd prefer to defer to Jill, who is an expert in the coordinated assessment tool.
Okay, so in terms of what is the CAS being used for at this point in time, it is informing service planning, and we're building the methodology for the CAS to be used to essentially replace the DDP, which is our current acuity measure, but that is work that's not yet happened. We're still building the modeling, and we've had a number of stakeholder engagement sessions with different work groups that have been working with us since the beginning of that project. It's
Mary.
Oh, sorry. Right now, you're still using the DDP2s, not the CAS?
The DDP is the current tool that's used for acuity. And so you mentioned the PRAs, so that is what's being used at the present time to inform the development of the personal resource allocation that a given individual has based on the DDP that was completed on that individual. So that has not been replaced at this point in time with the CAS.
What is it going to be used for?
So, as I said, right now it's being used to inform service planning, and as we continue to move forward with the CAS into the future, its role will change, and it will eventually replace the DDP as the acuity measure that is used to inform things like rate development for residential habilitation programs and things of that nature. But we're still a ways off from that, and we will be having more engagement and discussion with stakeholder groups before we get to that point. So we have a bit of time.
And the only other thing I just want to clarify is that PRAs, for those who may not know, are personal resource accounts for folks who self-direct. So I know, Mary, you know that full well, and probably most of our members do. It is described in our waiver agreement. The methodology is described, the use of the DDP is described, and the levels are described. So prior to changing that in any way, we would have to amend the waiver, and there would be a public process. So there is no use of a different tool until the waiver is amended. We'll talk about it later in the day, but there's no, that's not something we're amending at this point.
Just once again, if and Jill knows this, of course, if you need any input in the dental aspect of things, please call on us as part of the task force. We're all volunteers. We want to help see that the plan is as comprehensive relative to dentistry as possible. That's
Hi, I just want to start with a comment to my fellow DDAC members. It is really important we use the microphones and just want to make sure all of our feedback is heard by everybody who's interested in the meeting. We did get a lot of feedback after the last public from families contacting us that they could not hear us. So it is really important that we make sure we're using the mic. So just because everybody's got really important things to say. Allison, thank you very much for your opening comments. I really appreciated them. I'm a member of the systems subcommittee. I self-described myself as edgy yesterday, and that's not normally me. But when you're dealing with, multiple families, not just a family, it's not my family, multiple families, and reports of people that are really, quite honestly, the only word I can use is suffering, on the ground trying to make things work. It gets really hard. And I do appreciate what you're saying in regards to, you are building a statewide system for 130,000 plus people, and that you need to look at it systemically. And I know you well enough to know that you do give us the deference of understanding that sometimes it can get frustrating for us when we're hearing things at that high level, when we have things that are happening on the ground that are just so heartbreaking for us to hear, and quite frankly make us really worried, about people's emotional well-being, their physical safety, a whole bunch of things. So I appreciate, that you're hearing, that feedback and that you're sensitive to that. And I know that we all have the same goal, the same outcomes in mind. Everybody around this table is trying to do a good job for the people that we're here representing. So thank you for that. A comment to the technical assistance review, and I know it's something that I've brought up before. I just want to bring up a little bit again. I do appreciate that the reviews included that review of the life plan, but I just, have to kind of implore, and I know that this is really difficult in terms of capacity and staffing and the time that it would take to do this, but I would really implore you guys to try to be thinking about how you could build in some case study reviews, that go beyond just looking at the life plan and what's documented in writing, but really doing a full 360 kind of review where you're meeting the individual, you're talking with their family, you're talking with the people involved in their care, and you're looking at the life plan, and you're talking to the care manager, and you're talking to the people who are in charge of running that CCO, because I think that that's, as time intensive as it would be, I think it would give very valuable information to what we need to be thinking in regards to quality, what's actually happening on the ground. You can't always rely on those written records. And again, I don't mean any, I'm not trying to disparage the people who are keeping and documenting those records. They have a lot on their plate, but they're not always accurate. And here I will talk about a personal example because it's just very fitting to what we're talking about. I don't know why, but I had not, seen my son's DDP2, and I had never really asked for it to look at it. But recently, with the change to the CCO, our care manager said, hey, actually it hasn't even been updated in a couple of years. So we're pulling it and we would like you to review it and see if it's accurate. There were significant, I'm not talking about little things, I am talking about significant errors on that DDP2. And you're using it for acuity. No disparagement to people who have a mental health diagnosis, but my son does not. It said that he did. It said that he needed some clinical things that he did not need. It was really wrong. And so if you're going in and you're basing your thing on just reviewing what people have written, you don't know that it's accurate. And so I think that there needs to be some amount of pulling a few people, through a process that you think will be informative to you, and doing that really full 360 review so that, you're going in and assuming that what's on there is actually representative, and it may not be. So I just need to offer that.
No, I think we appreciate that comment, and I think we absolutely are interested in seeing what we can do in terms of, involving and including the individual and or family in that process. And Kate has some thoughts.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to sort of piggyback on that comment, because I think it's absolutely valid. It's certainly, we do have interview fatigue happening out there, so that, you have to sort of balance, but you're absolutely right. I think it is that 360 degree. What we're really focused on, which is something that is very different from really any other health home, is we are looking at involving our person-centered reviews, which our DQI staff do, that involve interviews. So we're really looking at that resource to incorporate in the quality review of CCOs. Why that is so different is we're the only system that has that kind of resource in terms of quality and the experience of folks. So I think, your point is well made. I think we're absolutely now really looking at how we can incorporate that really person-centered review process that is sort of happening systemically. And it doesn't mean that might be, we may need other resources, but I think we definitely want to look at building on, the work that's already happening, the quality review that our system does have in place, and how we really incorporate that into the evaluation of this particular organization, which is very different than any kind of review that other systems do, quite frankly. So I think it's very, when you think about it, there's tremendous opportunity here. And it doesn't mean that we're there yet, but I think in terms of really having, a significant forward momentum here, I think it's very exciting to see where we can take this.
Perhaps a randomized survey going out to different parts of the state, addressing all the specific questions, the life plan, the DDP2, care managers. Do you know your care manager? Were you happy with how the life plan was instituted? Were there problems with the technology, with putting things in? And because that's what I hear a lot from families, that they are not in agreement with the life plans and it is not person-centered. And what happened in the interview is not necessarily related on paper after in the actual physical plan. And then to try and get it changed is even more problematic. But you could do that with not the whole 130, 40,000, but randomized across the state just to see how it's functioning. Because I get some parents who are very happy with their care manager as well and give advice to other parents on the listserv, and they rate you guys, the CCOs, and ask for advice, who's the good ones and who are, people who've had good experiences. So there are good experiences out there, but there are, particularly families who are, it's hard enough getting through the day sometimes, as just doing what you have to do every day, but chasing up and following up and trying to get people and calling and waiting for a call, all of that, it sort of adds great complications to families' lives on the ground, like Michelle said. It's we are a little bit more savvy in advocating, but some of the parents are just completely lost and they feel terrorized that everything that they've known for all these years is suddenly falling apart and they don't know where to go to get help. So it would be,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
First of all, we had a very good meeting at the DDA subcommittee meeting yesterday, and Allison was there. And appreciate the foundational approach, meaning we understand that it takes time and that we're building on something. And clearly a life plan, getting the life plan right is really foundational. So we also had a conversation about beyond the life plan. If you get the life plan right, we might have a better sense, and case studies would be a good way of doing it, of how are we connecting to the health world. Dental is a great example. So it could be in the life plan, but I know there's a lot of struggles out there. And we had a huge conversation yesterday related to how do we, as a long-term care providers, connect to the other worlds, like whether it's home care, dentistry, medical, rehab. It's a problem. And so, yes, we need to get the life plan right. We need to have a whole person approach to the life plan, and we need to train, and the CCOs need to get better at that. But then I think we're going to learn a lot about how disconnected we are, and we know that already on the ground. And to Michelle's point and Mary's point, that painfully know about the experience of a lack of access to the health world, home care, rehab, so for our individuals. So I think we really, making one point here. One is, yes, life plan is fundamental. It has to be whole person. But there's a big disconnect and a lack of access. And I'm not sure CCOs are going to be able to fix that without us having a higher level conversation in terms of how we're going to approach those areas of service that we have kind of struggled to get access for our people.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Donna. Are there other comments, questions on care management before we move on to community hub?
Just one thing while we were on that subject. I'm sure some of you saw the emails going around about one of our council members who has encountered truly terrible problems. We publicized it on our, with her permission, we publicized it on our listserv, and we were fortunate enough to get doctors who are on our listserv who supported her. And we also found out, we sent it to a lot of people to try and get help for this woman who has dedicated her life to advocacy and done extraordinary things. So she's been on the council longer than I have, and that's saying something. And just a total advocate for everybody out there in the OPWDD world. And at this time in her life, having to struggle how she's struggled with healthcare within a residential system, and really serious issues. And I think now that the Department of Health is sort of overseeing everything, it wouldn't be a bad idea to let them know that look at residential. A lot of the families who have their family members in residential thought they were safe until something catastrophic happens, like what happened to her. And she thanked the Commissioner and Jim Moran, who actually went to visit her son, and people intervened at every level. Sometimes we know that OPWDD had their hands tied a lot of the time because it was infringing on union rules and all sorts of things. But she actually asked if you could visit the whole issue of healthcare issues for people in residential and who oversees that, and what happens when something catastrophic happens, and who is watching the show when care is not being appropriately, lack of care or lack of oversight, or just missing things, not bringing a urine test in, or simple things that can have life-threatening complications. Who is looking at that, and who oversees that? And it's gone out to all our parents, and we were fortunate that we have, like I say, doctors, and we have all sorts of people with all sorts of knowledge on the list, and they, thank goodness, they gave her a tremendous amount of help. And like I say, she did thank Commissioner for his involvement, and but it's across the board. And I think anyone here, even parents who have their kids in the community, we're not going to be around forever. And I don't know, when I'm not here, what's going to happen to my daughters. I don't know. But residential is definitely, at some point, a possibility for one of my daughters. And I can't imagine. She has a feeding tube. And I've done tube feedings. I can do it in my sleep. It's nothing. It's simple. I can teach 18-year-olds in one day how to do it, to come in and do CDPAP or whatever. It's not a difficult thing, and it's not, and yet they couldn't do it in his residence. The residence required a nurse, which the resident didn't have. So shipping her son 3 counties away from his family, away from everything he knows and his doctor, is not an option.
So I think that brings to light, maybe we actually take a look at that. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. We actually take a look at this issue as and report back on the next meeting.
That puts the fear of God into every family who has their kid.
Who you're referring to, but the overall issue.
Pardon?
The overall issue we need to take a look at.
Of medical issues in these homes. And
in the community. I think it goes both ways, because we do have people go in crisis in both scenarios.
Yeah,
right.
It's really an area that I think everybody, all of us, we've sort of talked individually and whatever, but definitely out there, for, like I say, not just for people whose kids are already there.
Oh, I hear you.
It's for us who the potential is out there as well to worry about.
Any other questions for Allison before, I just want to make sure we close out the IDD Health Home? Michelle?
One more probably comment more than a question. I just want to also, one of the things that we've been working on in the system subcommittee is some recommendations about the front door process, and we're very anxious to be able to present that to the full DDAC at some point and hopefully be able to then have it advance forward to, the leadership at OPWDD in order to take a look at it. But one of the things that, we've been talking about there is the difficulty that families are still having in understanding what the pathway to even entering into health home management is, which has to go through the front door, right? And there is, an intersection between those two worlds where the front door is handing off to the CCO, and being able to have a really clear pathway, something that could even, is so clear in terms of what is supposed to happen that it could be diagrammed as a flow chart and given as a visual to people so that they would know what is supposed to happen is still at this juncture a big need. And I personally am a little bit concerned in the conversations that I'm in that by necessity, and again, it goes to, we're building a big system here, by necessity, people are focusing and specializing in certain areas of this process, but where the problems happen for families very often is where one part of the process needs to transition and hand off to the other part of the process, and there's not enough shared ownership or even understanding of what happens in those areas where things intersect, because we have specialists on front door, we have specialists on CCO, we have specialists who are looking at how do we fund a Medicaid managed care system. Families don't experience it as separate buckets, they experience it as a trajectory. And so there needs, I just think that we really need to make sure that some people are looking at what that trajectory is, what it is that should be happening when we have those handoff and transition points, and be able to explain it in a really clear way. Because if we're not able to explain it in a really clear way, then all we're kind of doing is throwing breadcrumbs for families on the ground to try to find their way through a path. And, we should be able to give them the path, the typical pathway. There's always going to be some changes.
So I'm actually very pleased that you raised that. We have been undergoing, for now, an internal examination, which we haven't been yet ready to kind of talk about, to kind of look at our regional offices from what I would call the customer perspective, when people come into the organization, which is typically through the regional office and through the front door process, trying to make sure that, among other things, that experience is the same everywhere in the state, because the experience should be the same or nearly similar. So we're in an active internal examination about how are our ROs organized, and how does that in turn support a consistent customer experience. I don't want to. My hope is we might be able to talk about that in December, when I think this group will reconvene, if that's plus 3 months. That prejudges some internal work that needs to occur. But if you're working on some recommendations and some experiences in which that has not occurred, that would very much help inform what for now is more of an internal analysis around how are we organized and how might that impact. So I think we'd be very interested in hearing those recommendations and kind of incorporating them into the thinking about how do we achieve better in that area.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions for Allison regarding IDD Health Home? Okay, very good. Kate?
All righty. Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm going to try to, let me move this over. So this is a topic we have discussed here, so I'll move relatively quickly through, some of the basic understanding of community first choice option. We did want to raise this issue with you all because we are getting ready for the January 1, 2020 implementation of CFCO. So there are a lot of materials being developed, a lot of work happening, and we wanted to let you all know kind of where that process is at. And we're going to do this kind of, Jill and I will be co-presenting. One of the resources that will be made public, and that's what we wanted to begin to discuss with you, is service authorization guidance. And so we want to give a little background on what that's going to look like and let you all know that that is something that will be happening. And just as sort of background for that, at one of the quarterly meetings that we attend is operated by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services in New York. And at it, we had a stakeholder request that we outline our guidance for authorizing community hab. So it's something we've been working on quite a while based on that request from a stakeholder. In addition, and we'll sort of make that clear to folks as we move through the presentation, but when community hab, it will be called SAME under Community First Choice option. When that becomes an option in the state plan, what it means is, and this is the really good thing, it becomes available, that service, that teaching service that promotes independence becomes available to new people. So it's not just individuals with a developmental disability, it's going to be available to folks who, for example, might have a traumatic brain injury but don't qualify for DD services. Now they can get that service through the state plan. But what it does mean is it's not just our regional offices evaluating service needs and authorizing services. It's going to mean counties may be doing it for other populations. For example, the person who is in TBI may be going to a local county for authorization. If somebody is enrolled in a managed care plan, the managed care plan will be making that evaluation. So what we need to make sure is for everybody, there is a consistent framework for decision making, and that's what this document lays out. We have struggled, frankly, for many years now in having consistency in our regional offices, and that's a handful of offices. Now imagine every single county plus 18 managed care plans. You really need to make sure that there is, some basic guidelines there that describe the kind of factors that need to be considered when evaluating in a very person-centered way a request for services. So that document is now sort of under development, but that's one of the reasons why we wanted to raise this here with you all. So with that sort of backdrop and the reason why we're raising this with you all, I want to just go over some very basics on CFCO. I think you all are probably expert as much as any of us are, but so bear with me if you will. So the first concept is state plan and HCBS. HCBS services are targeted for particular people. For example, our waiver is for individuals with IDD who have an ICF level of care. State plan is for everybody who qualifies for a particular service. The other sort of disadvantage of a waiver, in addition to it being limited, is that it is time sensitive. So waivers have to be renewed every 5 years. State plans are literally forever. So we're really making significant strides when you contemplate taking an HCBS service that was only available to a limited group and then putting it out in the state plan and making it available to everybody who qualifies for the service. So it doesn't mean terribly much for us, since obviously it's a service that the OPWD system uses a lot. We have 25,000 people who participate in community hab services. But it does mean a tremendous opportunity for other groups in New York State who are going to qualify for CFCO. So with that, this slide, and I think we've presented it to many of you in the past, it basically outlines what CFCO is. So Community First Choice Option, CFCO, is state plan HCBS. People who qualify for CFCO have an institutional level of care, any institutional level of care. So our folks qualify for home and community-based by virtue of having an ICF level of care, but someone who has a nursing home level of care or somebody who has a hospital level of care also is going to qualify for CFCO. As we get into the detail, it's important to sort of dig a little bit deeper in terms of eligibility. The reason being is Community Hab stays in our waiver, and everybody who gets it now will continue to get it. So it's not being eliminated for anyone. It's just some people are going to get it under the waiver, and some people are going to be getting it through the state plan. The folks who are eligible for CFCO will get it as a CFCO service, but it should be very transparent to the person. It really doesn't change your provider, the payment rate, or your services. So who's eligible for CFCO? Those are folks who have Medicaid by regular rules. That means that children who deem, if you are a middle-class family member and your child qualifies for HCBS and because of that gets Medicaid, then you are not eligible for CFCO. It's the federal rules. You're going to continue to get that service as a waiver service. The other group that will stay strictly within the waiver is anyone who self-directs with budget authority. Reason being, CFCO, Community First Choice Option, that state plan, does not include budget authority. Our waiver does. So if you're using budget authority, you're going to continue with Community Hab underneath the HCBS waiver as is. The other issue is that the state plan amendment, the SPA, that covers Community First Choice Option, doesn't include folks who live in a certified residence. So anyone who lives in an IRA, for example, will continue to get Community Hab through the waiver. And those are folks that typically will use that service in lieu of day hab. So they don't want to go to day hab. They're looking for a more independent experience. They're going to continue to use Community Hab just as they have. That's going to be a waiver service. So there are a group of services that, like Community Hab, we're calling overlapping services. It includes assistive technology, eMods, VMods, community transition services, and community habilitation. They're all exactly the same service, same provider, same systems. It's just some are going to be considered a state plan service. For other folks, if they don't qualify for the state plan, it's going to be HCBS waiver. So next. So the thing that's important to understand, and one of the reasons why this guidance is so important, is that most people in Medicaid who receive Medicaid participate in managed care. If you look outside of our system, most folks in New York State who have Medicaid get their Medicaid services through their managed care plan. So what that means is it's going to be on January 1, part of the benefits that that plan is managing. We have folks who are with managed care plans now who have opted in for their health care services, for example. Come January 1, those folks will be part of their managed care benefit. Same provider, same payment rate, but ultimately that redeterminations, requests for changes will go through the plan. It's a very small group. We have about 25,000 people today who get community habilitation. Under 5,000 are also enrolled in a managed care plan. And because of that, that's precisely the reason why we want to make sure that we have written guidance that lays out the kinds of criteria that everybody would use when evaluating service needs, because we will have plans that will be doing that for some of our folks. So when we come to January 1, it's important to understand kind of who is making decisions for authorizing services. And I'm going to focus solely on community habilitation, SAME. For the overlapping services, for people with IDD who are not in a managed care plan, if it's going to be OPWDD, okay? So whether or not you are getting Community Hab through the waiver or whether you're getting it through the state plan, it's going to be as is. It's going to be through the regional office, just like it is today. For folks with IDD who need services that are part of that menu of Community First Choice Option but are not OPWDD certified services, so for example, personal care, CD Pass, those are all services that are part of the menu of services available under CFCO, just like today, you're going to have to work with your LDSS if you are in fee-for-service Medicaid. So no change there. The third group.
Do you want to say what LDSS is?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
LDSS, and I am very bad about acronyms, so I'll put a quarter in the jar when I get back to the office. Local Department of Social Services, or the county. Those are the folks who today, most of our people who receive OPWDD services, if you get personal care, they're the ones that authorize that service for you. And that isn't changing with this. It's sort of auto-magically behind the background going to be considered a CFCO service. The final group are those folks who are enrolled in a managed care plan. For those folks, come January 1, it's going to be part of the managed care benefit package, so it's part of the services that a plan has to make available to people, and the plan will be the one that will be authorizing future service requests after that date. So this slide just sort of revisits the eligibility. The bottom line is there's a basic rule in Medicaid. If it's available through a state plan, you get it through the state plan. Waivers can only offer things that are otherwise not available through the state plan. So Community Hub today is only available in our waiver, which is great. We love it. Come January 1, it will also be available through the state plan, but it's going to be called SAME, but it's going to be the same providers, same rates, very much the same service. So if you qualify for CFCO, you're going to be getting the CFCO service. If you don't qualify for CFCO, you're going to continue to get it as an HCBS waiver service, and the waiver remains available to everyone who wouldn't qualify for the CFCO service. So I'm going to... Thank you. So one of the things that we've received questions from, and I think it's important to state, is that for people who receive OPWDD services and providers that we certify, like our Community Hub providers today, our DQI reviews those services. It's part of our sort of purview. We certify agencies, we authorize services, and we have a system that includes, I think, pretty elaborate person-centered planning than you're going to find perhaps in other systems. So for CFCO services, for Community Hub and SAME, for our folks, it's going to be really, our objective is we want to maintain the same quality. The reason is we're maintaining our payment rates, and compared to other systems, we actually reimburse aid-level services like Community Hub at a higher rate. And the reason is we have more person-centered planning happening for a person. So whether it is Community Hub or whether it is SAME, you are going to continue to have a goal in your life plan that is going to drive the use of that service. That's going to continue to be a requirement. You are going to continue to work with a Community Hub provider that OPWDD certifies, and they are going to develop what we call a staff action plan, our old habilitation plans, that drive into the actual instructions to the worker. What is the person, what are you going to do with and for the person to achieve that outcome through the service? And at the end of the day, it will be DQI that continues to do that quality oversight for the person. So whether it is through state plan or whether it is through the waiver, it's really going to be the same kind of oversight, the same expectation for service planning, and the same expectation of quality service delivery and the evaluation of that delivery. So that's kind of what I wanted to communicate, just, sort of writ large to folks. Next, we were going to turn it over to Jill to really drill into a bit more some of the concepts that we think are important for evaluating people's requests for services. But that was sort of a lot. I know many of you are expert. Are there any sort of questions in terms of what we've talked about so far before we move forward? Michelle?
Kate, have we ever talked about why? Like, why is this moving into state plan? You know, like, why did, we've talked a lot about what we need to do to address it, but what's behind this change?
So, well, let me start at the federal level, because I always like starting there. At the federal level, it's a lot of work to do waivers, because they have to review them constantly. It's a lot of work. So I think that sort of started with, if we move it to state plan for services that, meet this criteria, aid level services that promote independence, we don't have to do this sort of constant 5-year renewal. There's also some financial incentives to states, frankly, so it has been a resource that we are using to support our community writ large. Not a lot, but there's some financial incentives from the state to the feds to do this move. But the big reason is that it is an expansion. It expands services that used to be available only to a small few, to everyone who qualifies. And I think there's a thinking that, in some cases, and particularly for me, it's the division between someone with a developmental disability and someone with a TBI. I could have, very sadly suffered a brain injury at 16. I'm going to be in the OPWD service system. I'm going to qualify for community HAB. Unfortunately, for the person who at 22 has the same incident, they don't qualify for our service system. They can't access the service. They're getting a different array of service through another state agency. What this does is it sort of makes it more of a level playing field, better access to folks who need the service, regardless of those somewhat, in some cases, particularly that particular instance, I would say, is relatively arbitrary, and certainly those two people are going to have very much the same needs for supports in the community.
So it's eliminating the silos I was talking about, basically.
It is exactly that. It's breaking down silos, and it's getting services that people see as, I think, essential for community living, available to the most people in a consistent way. There is no wait list for state plan services. There is no ability to say, we're done. In 1915C services have an actual
But to that
capacity.
point about no wait list, that would be my final question to you on this is, what is the state doing? Like, great that they're recognizing, some of those things that just make no sense about you can get this, but you can't get this. However, we talk, a lot about the fact that people get authorized for community rehabilitation and they can't actually get it provided because there are not providers. So now we're talking about moving it into state plan, no caps, technically no wait lists, but wait lists really are, there's people who've been waiting years to get community HAB. Right. So what is, okay, good for the state on saying this should be more widely available, but what's being done to support you and other people who are going to be providing this service and actually being able to provide it if someone becomes eligible for it, which Jill's going to talk to us about.
Right. So, right. So this does great things structurally, I think. I mean, it really does achieve policy outcomes that I think we all think are good things. What it doesn't fix is the fact that there is a real lack of available staffing in all systems. It's not just OPWDD's system. The same thing can be said of other long-term care systems. This by no means addresses that particularly. It does make the service more available. So the one thing it does do is you might have, for example, a personal care worker who with appropriate training can now deliver that service as well. So it expands what our current workforce can do. Particularly when you think about the long-term care services available through the Department of Health. But it doesn't create new staff. So I think, that's just has to be fully acknowledged. It will make the service more available. It will not create staff where staff don't exist. And I think there's a number of initiatives that we keep trying to sort of, salt away at that issue, but it's a very, very fundamental and core issue in New York and, frankly, I think other states as well. Not an answer.
No, was so to try to get to what we need to do to support an answer, was the change initiated by the legislature or was it initiated by state agencies? Because my question is that if this changed to, I'm not sure how that works, if it needed to be the legislature saying, hey, we're going to make this a state plan service, then people who have an interest in this the crisis in the workforce really ought to be communicating with their representatives, correct, about, this is, you're great, wonderful for recognizing this is an important service that's really needed by people, but there is not staffing.
And I think it's important to understand that although we're impacted here by the changes on CFCO, the primary implementation rests with the Department of Health, and they in fact have a Development and Implementation Council, which is the statutory body that's supposed to advise. So we kind of come at this slightly sideways. I don't know if that's the right way of putting it. I'm aware, I think the 16th, is that right, Kate?
Yes, the 16th, the Development and Implementation Council will be meeting.
And there are a couple of OPWDD representatives on that body, but the DD system is not necessarily the primary stakeholder in this implementation. So I think part of why our answers may be a little cautionary is we want to respect the prerogatives of our sister agency, which is and does in fact have its own stakeholder group advising it on the development of this principle. So I think we can make available certainly to folks. I believe they conduct that as well as a public meeting, and I think that's an opportunity also to talk about that. I'd like to maybe shift, because in keeping our agenda moving forward, to the part, in some way what Kate Marley was discussing was prologue and sort of setting the table, and the main course is what Jill is going to be discussing, which is the actual service authorization guidelines that have been in development.
Just one last question, because it was mentioned in the previous slides about CDPAP and ComHab services, that this is going to be part of the state plan as well. Mm-hmm. Well, already some of these issues are in major crisis. I think there's a lawsuit with CDPAP because on the 1st of September they shut down agencies all over the state who were providing CDPAP in rural areas because they were small outfits, they weren't the big, and by completely cutting the rates to a level that unless you've got thousands and thousands of cases, you can't keep your head above water. And for us who live in the city where we have a couple of those agencies that are large agencies and can swallow those cuts, but most of them can't, so they're shutting down, which puts a lot of people at risk, because I don't think the Department of Health thought what they were doing when they did it, about how those rural areas will be served, or areas where it's hard to get large numbers of participants in a case. And we have seen dramatic things happening with CDPAP over the last few years, and so I wonder how all these new cases who are supposed to be coming in, who are going to be eligible for CDPAP and home care services, how that's going to fit in when already the system is overwhelmed, and not only it's financial as well. I don't know if any of you saw that article in the New York Times about the home attendant who was working with a case of dementia in the Times and only getting paid for 12 hours work, and was doing all these other things that
I don't mean to cut you off, but I do want to give, we're very well aware of the discussion around CDPAP.
It looks good on paper, but in the ground, it's I don't see where that's going to fit in, because it's already very, very hard.
I would agree. It's certainly worth monitoring and looking at. But I think that
who's going to monitor? It's saying it's worth monitoring, but who does it? We do it because we protest and we go out.
I understand,
to the streets.
But it's a conversation that's very active and ongoing, including through a lawsuit that you mentioned.
Courts.
So I think that it's probably best not to go too deeply into that because it's a conversation that I know there are a lot of advocates engaged with the department, and it is, once again, that is their program, and I think that it makes sense for those stakeholders to be engaging with the operator of that program. I want to keep us moving forward. Jill, can I pivot to you and ask you then to start talking on the service authorization guidelines?
Sure. So as Kate was describing and our preamble to really getting into more details around service authorization guidance, really our intent is to establish guidance that will create fairness, equity, consistency, which is not something that we necessarily can say is happening across all of our regional offices when it comes to decision making around service authorization. Again, there are efforts to standardize and be consistent, but we, I think, haven't done a sufficient job with providing tools to our front door staff and others who are in those decision-making roles. And given that this is a process that will now be across multiple entities that are authorizing, it's imperative that we have consistency. So that really was our impetus, and what we've then been working to develop is, we'll arm our DDRO staff as well as care managers in the future, depending on how this rolls out from that decision-making process, to have consistency to how they can make decisions that's informed by, again, clinical information as well as other things that relate to the person's age or living situation, things of that nature that should necessarily have some bearing on what amount of services might or might not be appropriate for a given individual. So, again, we've been developing guidance that will ensure that we have this consistency. And again, I think as we've been reviewing, we've looked at a number of case examples. We've looked at information about what are the quality review teams in our regional offices doing, how are they making decisions currently. So again, we gathered a great deal of information on a more granular level, as well as looking at information that we could gather around who is currently using community habilitation. So we tried to gather a lot of different information to help inform the process and framework that we were building. So next slide. So our service authorization guidance will essentially describe the most appropriate service levels or ranges of hours for different individuals based on subgroups like the age of the individual, their living situation, individual specific needs that we would, again, gather from looking at clinical information about that person. And the guidance basically is going to really look at standardizing, but yet still individually tailoring hours to that person. So we still are striving for that more person-centered process, but again, doing it in a framework that is more structured. And I'll just give an easy example. You have a 10-year-old who is enrolled in a school program and has some natural supports that the parent is able to be home at the end of the school day. And looking at that case should be different than looking at a 40-year-old individual who may be living in a more independent setting and needs more supports for those to integrate more successfully into their community. So again, the range of hours for those two different cases should look different because there are different things informing that decision making. Certainly age is important, but also what are the other available and appropriate service options the person should be getting. 10-year-old school services, obviously, or educational services versus a 40-year-old person who may have some employment options, but maybe it's not full-time, or maybe they attend part-time day program and also do some part-time hours of work. So again, those things are considerations that we would look at, and then trying to then individually determine what is most appropriate. I described that we're putting forward guidance that essentially attributes a range of hours that would essentially be pre-authorized. So at a DDRO level. Decision making can happen within those range of hours at that local level. And then we're creating a framework that says, hey, this case is a little bit unusual. There are some additional considerations, and we're providing question points for the regional offices to be looking at it, again, in a structured way, to say, should we be looking at additional hours for this individual based on these other variables that are relevant for this individual? So that with clinical justification, there may certainly be instances where it's appropriate to request additional hours beyond the guidance range that we're providing. But again, those should be individually tailored and clinically justified. So think that, the concept of medical necessity, there should be a demonstration of the why the individual may need those additional hours. And with appropriate justification, additional hours could then be authorized. So we will be, again, creating tools for our staff to make those decisions to exceed the range that's identified on the guidance. For, again, sort of, I'm thinking of prior authorization kind of framework versus additional authorization. And we will also then be looking at, as we're creating this framework for the decision making at a managed care company, we don't want to put out guidance that then they're making vastly different decisions than may be happening at a regional office in a fee-for-service environment. So again, the imperative here around having the same guidance out to everybody to use to inform decision-making consistently is really important, so that you don't see big discrepancies across whoever might be the person authorizing the service, whether it be managed care, the LDSS at the county, or our regional office staff. Okay.
Jill, quick question. On the clinical, if there is a need to exceed the guidelines, and you said, a need to exceed the guidelines, you said clinical evaluation. Is there a formal evaluation associated with that, and who would do that?
Okay, so that's a great question, Nick. So, and I'm a psychologist, so I tend to revert to clinical jargon sometimes. So we're creating, again, tools that would be used that would essentially the regional office staff, and I'm thinking right now in a fee-for-service environment type of example, they will be able to gather additional clinical records that an individual has that already exists. We're not looking for additional or new evaluations, much like they would do now for their quality review team decision-making process. And they'll be reviewing those existing clinical records, and there may be information that has been submitted by a care manager that articulates the reason why they believe this individual may warrant additional hours beyond the pre-authorized range, and that would then be a point of consideration and review. And given that there is demonstration of the need and the additional clinical information that has been reviewed, and the justification in my example here by the care manager is appropriate and sufficient, then those additional hours would be authorized. So that's how I would see that sort of clinical review process playing out. Okay, let's see. Okay, so, and I think I mentioned this stuff already, but we're looking at how community habilitation hours today are being used by individuals in different age categories across different regions of the state, looking for where there is similarities and differences, and how that information, again, can inform our decision-making process that we're building. And we're also going to have to look, I think, very carefully at the establishment of an IT infrastructure that will help to assure that we have the ability to quickly have a system that where authorized hours can quickly be input and identified, so that the flows that have to then carry over to a care manager and get everything that's built into that life plan can then go out, and the services are authorized, they can be sought, and getting providers to deliver those services, et cetera. So the IT infrastructure is going to be an important tool, because again, that will assure that we have that consistency across all of our regional offices, so that as we're going through this process, everyone is trained in the same way and is following the same business process flows, if you will. We will then obviously have to do training, and we'll be engaged in some of these training activities over the next several months, certainly with our regional offices as we continue to build our tools and infrastructure. And then we will be doing training with care managers to understand what their role and function is relative to this service authorization process with respect to the life plans, et cetera. So there's a lot of pieces that are still in development, but there's a lot of pieces that I think the basic foundation for the service authorization guidance has, I think, been established in working with Department of Health, who is a necessary partner with us in this process, so that, again, we had consistency across agencies, and, then that's now going to translate out to how we're going to build our remaining tools and trainings.
Any questions for Jill? Susan?
Yep. This is a specific question, but is there a limit to the number of hours someone can work under ComHab?
So you mean the worker themselves, the person delivering the service?
No, the recipient.
The recipient. So the number of hours that a person can receive community habilitation. Is that the question?
Be employed. Can someone be employed, and if so, how many hours while receiving ComHab?
Okay, just to be clear, the community hub worker goes to the person's workplace and supports them at the job. No, there is no published limit on that.
Thank you.
Just wanted to make sure I was answering the question asked, that's all.
Any other questions?
Yes, I have a question. Jill, thank you so much for this. It's so needed and will be very welcomed, this guidance. Is there any thought, though, on the other side of doing a utilization review? Because people get authorized for a set amount of hours and it's never looked at again.
That is such an excellent point, Dolores, so thank you for bringing that up. And we absolutely are going to be building a framework for, and that's why I mentioned the IT system that we also have to build as a companion to this whole movement towards a consistent service authorization process, so that we can actually review and track and monitor that hours authorized, because we've determined that they're clinically appropriate, medically necessary, whatever framing you want to put around that, that they're actually then being delivered to the individual, and then how is that in turn impacting the quality of life that that individual has? Are we seeing other positive changes, with other service array that's incorporated into their life plan, et cetera? So those are important. That's important information that we then have to look at, because we made what I will call very educated judgments around our pre-authorization range of hours, but we now will need to continue to look at information to inform as that continue to be appropriate, because it will need adjustments over time. As we learn more about how the hours are utilized, what are the impacts and benefits to individuals, and as we have other types of habilitation services or waiver services also come online, then we'll have to look at what are the differences, or maybe you need to start seeing a change or a shift in the number of community hub hours, because now there's a new service type that might be available that may be more appropriate for certain types of needs that individuals are presenting. So again, I think that all has to exist in a more dynamic way, because right now our world has been fairly static. We've sort of made decisions. We don't go back and revisit anything in any consistent or cogent kind of fashion to really use information to inform modifications to the system and make those necessary adjustments going forward. That's where I'm hoping that we will be moving.
Great, thank you.
Have you, the system, particularly in self-direction, has a way of culling the number of hours we are assigned by the way the system is set up, meaning if I have a ComHab worker that I have recruited and I have screened and done all sorts of things for which I am not paid, and I finally find a person, whatever, it can take anywhere from 6 weeks to 2.5 months to onboard that staff member. In the meantime, I'm scrambling and using anything I have access to keep the show on the road. And this is not just me, this is parents in general. We have this all the time. Because with home care, and ComHab falls under that category, different goals for the individual, the ability to get, there's a great shortage of staff out there as it is, and trying to get somebody who's qualified enough, who doesn't come with less than a high school degree, to be able to do some of the complex roles that we need for our young adults or children. You need somebody with certain skills or ability to learn. And so that's what separates ComHab from CDPAP, for example, of ADLs and all of that stuff. And so what I'm saying is I don't get to use, I would say maybe if I'm lucky in a given year, half of the hours I'm assigned, because it takes so long to get people on board. And I can get somebody on board, they just start. 3 weeks later, I get an email resigning effective immediately. So all of that recruiting, all of that training, all of that everything is gone. And I have to start from zero because of the amount of time it takes. And that doesn't happen with CDPAP. You can get somebody on board in 5 days.
Mary,
But
we've got a
with
couple of other
ComHab,
questions. I just want to make sure do you have a question or?
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is that's the natural culling of hours. Now, if somebody administrator comes in and says, oh, you get all of these hours, I want you to look at all the hours I use, not all the hours I get and am supposed to use, and how much goes back to the system at the end of the year, because that happens not just, it's happening across the board to our families. We can't get people on board.
Again, that goes
quick
to the utilization tracking.
Right, and so absolutely, Mary, we want to look at hours used as well as if hours are not used. Why are they not being used? And I'm well aware of those examples with staffing shortages. Yeah.
Or B, we have a better chance in self-direction of getting people because we can pay
Mary,
a higher rate.
Sorry,
But-
Leah has had her hand up for time. I just want to give her an opportunity. Leah, and please use the mic so folks can hear you.
Okay. So, to build on her question, although there are people who need, they get a lot of hours, and yet they can't utilize it because you can't find it. And then when you do the study, how does it affect their continuing to receive the right amount? Because the truth is, very often they do need more. It's just like they can't find it. So how will that be evaluated?
So just in the broader context of how we're developing the service authorization and the utilization management framework, so we would be looking at the reasons for hours not used, and that would become part of our analysis if hours are not being used, not because they're not necessary for that person's service planning needs, but because of unavailability of staff, and that would be part of what we would be reviewing. So, and I also just want to make the distinction, maybe Kate, this is where you were going, the service authorization guidance that we've developed is not applicable to individuals who are self-directing with budget authority. So it's not going to be impacting, right, at least at this point, people who are self-directing.
Right.
So,
Just want to ask one more part to the question.
I'll wait.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. Are we going to get a copy of the PowerPoint? I wasn't here.
Get a copy?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so.
oh, Josie's back there.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just,
So just before the commissioner speaks, the intention is that the PowerPoints and actually the video of today's session will be posted. I don't want to promise on DDAC because that's contingent on IT work, but the idea will be that it'll be available not only for those who have tuned in, but for those who didn't happen to tune in but want to observe at some future moment.
Thank you.
I just wanted to make a point. This is Ted. That this is an incredibly complex and nuanced issue, which I think Kate and Jill have done a good job in trying to describe. I think one of the issues that needs to be talked about, and I apologize I don't have the formal definition of ComHab from the waiver, but it speaks to the purpose of what ComHab services are designed to deliver. So ComHab is a specific service. It's not a program. It's not CDPAP. It's not self-direction. It's a specific service with a specific purpose. And to kind of introduce the idea, it's a service designed to enhance skill acquisition for people right now with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And it needs to meet the active treatment standard, which is somewhat ambiguous, but it requires a level of engagement by the individual in the process of acquiring skills and receiving the service. I just wanted to correct something that you had implied, which was that ComHab is something that falls under a broader definition of home health care. It is absolutely not. It's a specific service with a specific goal related to skill acquisition. And to go back to a point that Susan made, there is a rate limiting factor. There is a ceiling, if you will, and that is the capacity of the individual to engage in receipt of that service as an active participant. So it is not that there are no limits. There are clearly limits because people can't engage in skill acquisition and learning for an indefinite amount of time during a day. There are limits for everyone, including ourselves, as to how much we can learn and develop each day. There's a point where we switch from learning and skill development to recreation. For some of us like me, that happens pretty quickly. Other people can sustain concentration and effort over a much longer period of time. But I think it's important when we talk about ComHab to reference its specific purpose and how it's been defined, and that will inform then decisions about how that service is authorized both in the current fee-for-service arrangement and in the future in managed care by mainstream plans and CPLs. So I think that point of reference is really important. Apologize I don't have the formal definition. I think it would be useful for us to kind of look at that at some point.
Okay. Very good. Okay, with that, we're running really far behind. So go ahead.
Well, no, that's clarifying, Ted, and thank you for that. But and along those lines, I think on the pre-authorization, I understand you try to do it contextually and with some reasoning behind it. But usually, when you get into these situations and you start with pre-authorization ranges, and then everything is outside that, it's the outside that gets dicey in terms of decision making and length of time. Sometimes, if it becomes an outlier, so at some point, and I may have missed this, but in terms of the actual ranges and the bases, I think it would be helpful for people once you get there. I realize you're not there yet to really understand that, and that's sort of in line with what you're saying in terms of what is the definition going to be going forward, because I think that's all critical for understanding how these authorizations work. What are these ranges, and then because anything that's an outlier, our own experience, even with a limited like high need methodology and stuff like that, it's been challenging to get that through. And so we want to get the right set of services to the right people. Just want to put that out there that it should be, it'd be interesting at some point. I would guess we would understand better what the actual ranges were.
I'm just going to come back and say, we're in a kind of ambiguous position, right? We have individuals who will be supported, specifically receiving ComHab through the waiver, and we have individuals who will be supported and receiving ComHab through fee-for-service Medicaid and Medicaid managed care. There are two sets of standards that are applied, one on each side. On the waiver, we've used person-centered standard, goals and objectives as the mechanism for determining how much service an individual should receive. And Jill's identified correctly that in managed care, the standard is different. It's medical necessity. We're trying to serve as a bridge between those two systems and what might be to some considered to be a conflict in those two standards. So it's a challenge for us to have one foot on each side and to try to accommodate differences between those two systems and how they view the purpose of ComHab and the process of authorizing services. And I think that's as far as I want to go, but just to make it clear to people, this is, like I said at the very beginning, this is a very difficult and complex and nuanced challenge, which is new to us, and we're going to try to work to support our individuals as best we can. But as we move more into the state plan side and managed care, it is different than what we've been doing in the past.
With all due respect, don't give me dirty looks. I've got to say this. All of this sounds very nice, but to me, it sounds like cuts coming down the line, and this is the sugar coating that we're going to see if, oh, the services you get you really need and you deserve. That's what it sounds like to me, and I guarantee you it sounds like to every parent out there in the field. We know cuts are coming, and we definitely know if managed care comes in, they're going to be arbitrary. It's going to be the bottom line, the dollar at the end of the day, because we're seeing it all over the country. We're seeing it everywhere. We're seeing it in Ohio. We've got on our listserv, we have researchers who've done all the math. We see it in New York City. We see what's happened to all the folks who with significant disabilities who are in ICS and GuildNet. The managed care plans went bankrupt because those folks needed a high level of care. Now they're with VNS, and it is a disaster. And a lot of families and people across the state, this throws another spanner in the works, are working for New York Healthcare. And we're working with legislators to make sure that our needs go into that law, if that law is going to happen in New York State.
So I just wanted to kind of reiterate, my point was in trying to set expectations. I don't want to go into a broader discussion about Medicaid managed care, CPLs, fee-for-service, the history of specific, long-term managed care programs. It's simply a matter of, at this point, we've introduced a discussion around the management of a specific benefit that's identified as both a state plan benefit and a waiver benefit. And I'm trying simply to set an appropriate level of expectation. So rather than say that there are no ceilings, that there's an unlimited ability to access, that technically isn't correct, that there is a limit to what people can receive in terms of COMHAB. And as a clinician, that limit is determined by the individual's ability to benefit from that service. That's as simply as far as I want to go at this point. There's a lot that's been mentioned. It's very complex. I think it warrants some thought and additional discussion. There will be plenty of time for that.
Will there be due process for families who get service cuts and they can appeal it?
The decision, the background decisions will be subject, depending, once again, upon the authorizer, because there are multiple authorizers, to whichever due process applies. So in the instance of the fee-for-service, it's a Medicaid fair hearing. In the instance of those who have enrolled in voluntary managed care, because that's the cohort we're talking about, it would be the grievances and appeals process associated with that particular managed care plan. I would like, there's going to be more opportunity to talk a little bit this afternoon. We have both a public comment period as well as more items on the agenda. We're about 20 minutes behind where we had hoped to be. So I would like to perhaps bring the gavel down for now, take a lunch break, come back together in about, let's say 1 o'clock, you think, Nick?
Yeah,
1
let's
o'clock.
do 1 o'clock.
That's particularly for those in internet land. And we will get back together at 1 o'clock. And I will mention again, this specific topic that we just introduced is also going to be discussed at the Development and Implementation Council for the CFCO implementation that the Department of Health will be coordinating. So there's also opportunities to discuss that from that angle. Thank you.
Darn it.
Come on. Yeah, a few more left. Or shut your microphone off.
Are we ready to be back online? Thank you. So this is the afternoon of the meeting of the Developmental Disabilities Advisory Council. To those of you who are watching us through the webcast, we are all collectively going to do a better job of talking directly into our mics so that we're understandable. With that, I would pivot over to Leslie Fold, who will be presenting, and now I looked sideways, to Leslie Fold, who will be handling the first item on this afternoon's agenda.
Great. Thank you, Roger. So I was asked to come talk to everyone about the Division of Quality Improvements oversight activities as it relates to safety of individuals. So I'm just going to go, look at that, I didn't even look back over my shoulder, so we're doing well now. Yet. About DQI oversight. So the Division of Quality Improvement has three units within it: continuous quality improvement. Okay, Josie's telling me keep the microphone closer. The Incident Management Unit and the Bureau of Program Certification. I kind of think of us almost as the operational piece of OPWDD because we are constantly in the field every day at certified sites all around the state. So I'll just briefly talk about Bureau of Program Certification oversight initially. So the Bureau of Program Certification goes out every day. There are about 170, give or take, surveyors who go out into the field and visit every certified site throughout the year. So last year we did about 9,200 visits, and there are about 7,900 certified sites. So I just want to point out, based on some of the conversation I heard earlier today, that overage of those 1,000 visits, those are very typically complaint visits going back to sites where we've identified problems. So I just want to point out that in addition to visiting every site, we target them to where we're aware there is an issue. The Incident Management Unit reviews every incident that is reported. As you know, we work closely with the New York State Justice Center for reportable incidents. Last year, OPWDD had about 20,000 incidents. We have very rigorous incident management regulations for anyone who's had an opportunity to look at them. I certainly invite you to. The handbook is on the website. So the Incident Management Unit initially reviews each incident of a critical nature to ensure that the people who are involved are protected. So for example, in the case of physical and sexual abuse or something else that may be a crime against an individual, we ensure that the police are contacted 100% of the time. We ensure that in appropriate circumstances, staff who may be targets are removed from contact with individuals. Things such as necessary medical treatment are sought for each of those incidents. And then we also oversee incidents throughout their lifetime, right? So the investigations, we work with the Justice Center on those, making sure that our providers complete adequate investigations. In certain instances, the Justice Center itself last year did about 35% of our abuse neglect investigations. And also, we have an Office of Investigations and Internal Affairs that answers directly to the Commissioner's Suite, and they also go out into the field and do critical investigations. So I just wanted to kind of point those out. To go back to, let me just check my, okay. To go back to BPC, sorry, had to turn to make sure I got it right. I just want to point out that our survey process is very rigorous and was really, we went through what we call survey redesign about 5 years ago. So our survey process is 3 separate items. So we talked a little bit about the site review. We go out to the sites and review against our protocols. We have very rigorous protocols where the surveyor is going to answer questions. Is it met, not met? If there are significant problems, they may be issued a 45 or 60-day letter, which we go back out and look at those corrections when we've agreed that what the agency is doing is adequate. We are doing person-centered reviews, and person-centered reviews, there is a sample of, give or take, around 3,000 people, and there is a statistical sample, which the methodology for that was developed in Tamika's shop, so we were sure that we were representative of the individuals we provide services to. And so a survey team will look very in depth at a life plan, and now we still have some ISPs in place. So I just want to tie that back into the CCO discussion. And I also wanted to mention that the Division of Quality Improvement, the Bureau of Program Certification, is very involved in the technical assistance visits this fall. I just want to point out that, you know, we want to provide that same type of oversight. And when someone suggested, I think it was Michelle, about something such as case studies, a person-centered review is really a case study for an individual person. So then in addition, we are piloting this year the agency review, and that review is really more about a high level for the agency. Do they have appropriate policies and procedures? Do they have appropriate systems in place? Do they have appropriate governance in place? So when you put these three surveys together, you really have a very in-depth look at our service system and how we're doing for individuals that we serve. So I know that this committee may have additional questions. I was just kind of asked to come and give you an overview today, but certainly more than happy to return to address particular concerns, questions, items such as that with you. So I guess I can open it up a little bit if they're just general questions, and others I'll come back for. Yes, Mary Ellen.
Let's see, is this on? Okay.
It is.
I would like to ask, what information do parents have regarding their rights and what they should be asking for if there is a minor incident? And I say that because very often, unless it's a large or something very strong, they don't move forward. But yet there's concern because sometimes it's a pattern. And so is there something that's written for parents or part of something that the agency provides to parents, or maybe it's going to be something that your care manager will give you that will give you your parent rights for oversight when you're in a certified residence?
Yeah, so I believe that there is a pamphlet on the website that talks about kind of your rights as parents with incidents. In the law, right, so Jonathan's law speaks to families and other qualified persons' rights. So a family member should always expect to be contacted about any incident that occurs. They should be offered the chance to come in and talk to the agency. They should receive what is called a report on actions taken, which basically says, this is what this agency did to protect this person. Now, that's up front. So after the investigation, for all reportable incidents, which are abuse and neglect and significant incidents, a family can request a release of investigative records. So that can actually be obtained by any qualified person, which is parent, guardian, adult, child. In 2017, I believe it was, adult siblings were added to the qualified persons in Jonathan's law.
So then I know those more about Jonathan's law, but the beginning part where you said, let's see what you called it, a report on actions. Mm-hmm. I'm as involved as can be, and I don't know that. So I've never seen anything in writing that says I have a right to see that. So what I was asking, is there anything written? Mm-hmm. If there isn't, can we look to have something in writing to kind of summarize what you just said.
Yeah, there is that. I'll have to look at when it was updated last on the website. There is that pamphlet which was really developed for families to understand, perhaps, newer families than yourselves who are just kind of learning our system. So we can certainly look at that and make sure that all of the CCOs are aware of it as well, because care managers, I think, would be a really perfect place for that, as well as the front door would also be another appropriate place, I think. But we could absolutely do that.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Margaret?
In the Family Support Committee, we talked about these different reviews as they were being developed under Tamika. And our committee remained concerned about one aspect, which is if you have the person-centered review and you go to something like an overnight respite, you're looking only at that person, and the other people who may be present or who get the service are not being reviewed. And sometimes there's going to be a need. There may be maybe, for example, that service is geared to people who are very independent and very capable, but they also do sometimes serve people who may need different materials, may need a different approach. And you aren't going to pick that up if you're only looking at the very independent person. You're not going to know. When the Family Support Advisory Councils used to do the visits to these programs, we would look at everybody who was there, and we would review records, not personally, that we'd go with the DDSOs, and they would share with us what was in the records. We didn't review the records personally. But we could get a sense of what kind of people were served, whether they were served appropriately. We could know what the staff comments were about the person. We picked up a lot of things on those visits that enabled those programs to improve areas where they might have needed it. And it seems to me that that's lost. We've been talking about this for a long time in the Family Support Committee. So I just wanted to bring your attention to it, that it's nice to have a person-centered review, but you really also need the global look.
Agreed. And that's what our site review really accomplishes. And freestanding respites now are certified sites, so we are going into those.
Are you looking at individual records too? What activities the people do, what they ate, all of the whole...
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Yes. Well, I mean, I think, I also, with Tamika here, who worked very hard on this, I think there was really a great understanding of the fact that we have individuals who have varied needs, and that, that's why we were so careful with the statistical sample to make sure that we were hitting all different agencies, all different services, because we understand that we really, with the sample we're doing, we need to make sure we're getting really a representative. And there's a very specific methodology on how that sample is, selected each year to make sure.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
What measurements are you looking at relative to dental care?
I think I'd like to go back and get the specific information on medical and dental care and come back to you with that, if you don't mind, because I don't want to misspeak. But we're certainly doing the review of the person and their life plan or their ISP, telling us what it is they require, looking to ensure that they are, if, for example, they have 6-month follow-up with dental care, that's occurring. And if it's not, what the issue is with that, how the agency is trying to deal with that. So it certainly is part of our review, but I'd like to get more specific information.
Several years ago, probably more than 10 or so, we gave a talk to the quality from the dental task force to the QI department. And we suggested some thoughts rather than just looking to see whether or not they have their 6-month checkup. But there's also outcomes. What's the effectiveness?
Absolutely.
And are they really showing up and having anything done at that 6-month checkup or afterwards? And are they following the individual plans?
Right.
Are they using anesthesia in an appropriate way? So one of the recommendations that Dental Task Force has been coming up with respect to managed care is a good quality improvement program where dental metrics in particular are viewed. And I keep bringing this up because it's easy for dental to fall to the side. It always seems to be forgotten. You know, we go and start on something and then it doesn't get picked up at the next level. So I think I'm here just to be a nudge to get that to happen.
That is okay. I mean, would you be open to having some of our staff come and speak? Because I think that, we are moving towards quality metrics.
We'd be love to have our group speak to you and
Great.
have you speak to us so that we have maybe an understanding of what a group of dentists throughout New York State think is important relative to the quality assurance and quality improvement for dentistry.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Leslie. Thanks for your overview presentation. I would love to see us get more information on the actual process and procedures that are followed for the critical incident management piece of your work. I'm also interested, as others, in the ongoing quality improvement and how you're looking at that on an ongoing basis. But I know several of us have talked as members of the DDAC. It can be really difficult when those horrific allegations appear in the paper about really horrible things that may have happened or in some cases have been determined to have happened to someone's son and daughter, an individual, someone's brother and sister, a fellow human being of all of ours, right? And I think it's hard. We recognize that, it's not our role in the DDAC that we'll be able to get behind the scenes of an investigation or the determinations or, the ongoing, judicial process that might happen, and the certainly you've talked about things that have to go on in terms of employee protections. We know that we're not going to be able to get that type of detail, but I think it's really important for us as a DDAC to be able to show that we're hearing from you on what happens when the best of your preventative efforts, something's fallen through and someone has had something horrific happen to them. What happens then? And we know that but I'm not completely clear, but I know that I believe that there's there's a piece of it that belongs to the Justice Center. There's a piece of it that you're probably doing through the DQI process. And just having us understand that more, I think would be really helpful. And I would appreciate a link to when you said that there's like a handbook on the website
with the
somewhere.
Regulations. Yes,
that would be really helpful for all of us to have, I think, to review so that we could ask better questions about the process and provide some input into it. It can be really hard to find things on the website, so it'd be great to have that.
Michelle, and just to manage your expectations, that handbook has several hundred pages, so you'll want to reserve some time.
300 and some-ish.
I think it's important for us to have it.
100%. That's why it's there on the website, and I think it might make sense to note this as I have for a December agenda item, because I think it's something that deserves forethought and a layout rather than an off-the-cuff answer.
Completely agree.
And I think that I'm fairly confident that our processes for responding to critical incidents, given the reforms that have happened over the last number of years, are second to none in the nation, not just in New York, and we're very proud of it. So I think articulating what's involved and the various pieces is something that we can and should do, and certainly as emissaries, as well as thoughtful critics, being able to understand that as DDAC is really, really important.
Thank you.
Good. Any other questions for Leslie? Leslie, thank you very much.
Great. Thank you.
Very good.
I don't know where it's going, but I'll pass it.
All right.
But Josie, I want credit. I got very few talking to the microphones.
And now we'll welcome Tamika Black, who's going to be talking about the IDD Health Home in Managed Care dashboard. Oh, the IDD Health Home and Managed Care Network, or dashboard. Thanks, Tamika.
Okay, we're just advancing the slides. I may get a few. Please talk into the microphone.
Yeah.
So just bear with me. Josie's just advancing. There we go. As many of you know, the Division of Data Management and Strategy was newly formed in January 2019. So it underscores OPWD's commitment to bringing forth transparency, availability of data, as has been asked by many of our stakeholders over the last few years. And we've been very sensitive to the fact that we want to sort of bring more information, make it more available, and think through how we're approaching data availability and reporting and transparency of information. So one of the things that we have been focusing on is developing our data strategy. And that is something that is very new for us, but we're very excited about. Again, we really want to promote accountability and transparency for individuals, families, providers, employees, and stakeholders. Oh, sure. No, that's all right. Little technical difficulty there. We'll recenter. Thank you, Josie. As I also mentioned, one of the things that we've been working on also for internally is providing accurate, timely, and actionable data to support decision making. And one of the things that has been an incredible focus for us is to ensure the integrity of the IT systems. Jill had mentioned earlier about an IT system to kind of track service authorization information. Those are one of the things that our group would be working on. Do we have the right IT to deliver data and outcomes and information to stakeholders and be able to report on those areas accurately? So that we want to think of this as the beginning steps. We've heard your concerns, your questions, frustrations about the availability of data, and we're taking that to heart. And we really are trying to begin these foundational steps to moving forward in that area. Also, too, as we think about this new approach to data, we have to make sure that we balance quality and performance reporting with making sure that person-specific confidential data is handled appropriately. We don't want to release any protected or private health information. We have to make sure data is aggregated in a particular way. We have to make sure that sensitive data is shared according to principles related to data governance. We have to be careful about who gets what data. We cannot simply just share anything that is requested of us. And so we really do have to think about those parameters. So it's not a reluctance on our part to share information, but we do have to remember that as Medicaid recipients, as individuals who are receiving services, that we have to protect that information. We have to maintain privacy and confidentiality. So we want to make sure that we're keeping those things in mind as everyone is asking for information, but be sensitive to that. And it's one thing if an individual, if a parent is asking on behalf of their loved one or an individual, it's a whole other issue if an advocacy group or another entity is asking for information about the service system. And when we get down to certain levels, sort of like, for example, particularly like potentially a county level, how public can we make that information, especially when you have a few individuals in a particular county that may be identifiable if that information is available. So we really do think about these things. So again, it's not a reluctance sometimes. Sometimes it's understanding that the nature or level of the information provided can reveal who may be receiving services in a geographic region or area, or may be able to identify a home where an individual is being served. So if you're asking information about certified sites, those are addresses. Those may be people, those are people's homes. We have to be sensitive to that information. We have to also understand who may have access to that information. So we're just putting some of those things out there so that everyone can understand the factors that we're weighing as we think about our data strategy. One of the things that we have begun the process on, and for several months, we've been looking at what's called a data roadmap. And some of you may be aware of this. It started off as an initial request from one of our stakeholder groups, and we intend to share this more broadly. We're continuing to have internal conversations. We've also shared it with our New York State Information Technology Services counterparts. What it is a comprehensive high-level strategy of what we hope to achieve with our plan for gathering data, collecting information, and sharing it. And it's that roadmap that's going to help broadly inform how we think about data, what we do with data, and what we're trying to demonstrate with data. The other thing I mentioned before, we're also looking at data governance. And really, it's making sure, again, that our systems are accurate and reliable. There are a lot of users of our IT systems, a lot of data entry points, a lot of ways we look at the process. And we want to make sure that those systems are consistent, standardized, we're getting reliable information, and that we also have privacy and security controls. In terms of data sharing, this refers to specific arrangements to share information. For example, for some information sharing, we actually need Department of Health approval. And we also need to understand what the entity is going to do with the data once we share it. And those are specific, sometimes governed by certain agreements, formal and sometimes informal. We also are in developing a quality strategy. And that really talks about our plan for monitoring provider performance and service delivery, developing metrics, of which we're going to talk a little bit about CCO and health home measures, and also the inclusion of our IDD clinical advisory group, which was just reconvened in May. We'll talk a little bit about information about our clinical advisory group, what they're looking at, how they're helping inform metric development and performance measures. And then finally, we're looking to expand our participation along with open data. And those are really public-facing displays of aggregate data, and we're hoping to put information about utilization of Medicaid services on our OPWDD website. So we're looking in very shortly, hopefully by the end of the year, to start providing information in a broader format. So we're very excited about that and our opportunity to be able to provide utilization information and at least provide some insight about our service system. One of the things I've been asked to speak about today is our look at health home performance. And as Kate, Allison have mentioned, we are in the process of doing technical assistance reviews, and we're doing those in conjunction with DOH. DQI will also be participating in those reviews, and again, that is a very robust process for understanding how CCOs and health homes are performing at this point in time. We also plan on publishing information, and they're known as progress reports, based on everyone's feedback that are really looking at key process measures. And I know there was comments at other public meetings about the fact that some of our process measures may not fully be encompassing, quality of the life plan. We're taking all this feedback into account. Again, we are building our infrastructure. We are thinking about this, and your feedback is helping us think about, if we can't do it today, how do we get there and think about building these in the future. We hope to have a public dashboard available by early spring on what we've seen with these at least preliminary progress reports. One of the other things that we are implementing, and the data transfers are actually supposed to begin in December of 2019, is what is known as the Life Plan Data System. Some of you may know this as the Care Coordination Data Dictionary. It is the process by which there is a data exchange between CCOs and OPWDD on life plan data. So OPWDD has specified a form and format for which we want elements associated with the life plan and the care planning process. We will be using that information to actually analyze service delivery, the quality of the care planning process, and we'll be piloting that throughout 2020. And we're going to be looking to have information available as a result of that life plan data system. So this simply isn't about the Metasched system, which is the vendor that CCOs are using. This is actually information that is getting submitted to us in a format that we've requested to begin to look at and do some data mining and thinking about life plans and the quality of life plans. Last but not least, I think we have the Medicaid Analytics Performance Portal, MAP, and some of you may have also heard about that. Health homes in general have to put information into MAP. We are in discussions about inclusion of the IDD health home program into the MAP portal. We are also looking at something known as Care Management Annual Reporting Tool and having preliminary discussions with DOH on that. And it's also known as the Health Home CMART, which also collects performance measures. What it allowed DOH and us to do is compare the performance of CCO health homes to other health homes. So it gives actually a full and complete, or will give a full and complete picture of statewide health home performance and holding all health homes to a specific set of standards. So that just allows the array of looking at our progress compared to the other health homes. As I mentioned, as part of our OPWD data strategy, we have reconvened the clinical advisory group. Our next meeting is actually on September 24th. This just indicates that the information around our meetings are actually publicly available on DOH's website. And I apologize, I think in a previous meeting we had different links. They were broken. These have been updated and revised, but you can actually get it through the main DOH website by going through the DISRIP tab. So you can find out our PowerPoints, who the members of the CAG are, and what we've been discussing in those meetings. And we're fortunate we have Jill Pettinger co-chairing with Doug Fish of DOH. So we want to make sure that we're fully transparent in that arena too, and everyone has an understanding of what the clinical advisory group is working on. And then we're also looking forward, as well as looking at experience from our FIDA demonstration on an evaluation of how we've been doing with FIDA. We're in the process of thinking about an evaluative approach. We are looking at providing data and information, at least expeditiously, on the enrollment in the FIDA, preliminary quality measures, looking at mainstream managed care enrollment, as well as, again, some of the outcomes that we've identified from FIDA, and what does it really mean? And what does it mean to the individuals who are receiving services? So that's all I generally have about our preliminary approach in terms of thinking about health home, performance dashboards, and FIDA. Are there any questions or concerns at this time, or comments or things you'd like us to note? Go ahead, Mary.
I don't know if I'm remembering this well, but I think at the last meeting, it was the Commissioner or Roger, or somebody said that all the CCOs use the Metasced system, and OPWDD is not hooked into that system, so you can't read what they are putting into the system. So are you relying, therefore, on annual reports?
So let me just make that clarify that a little bit. We actually do rely on information that is self-reported from the CCOs based on standards that we define. We do not have access to the Metasced system at this point in time, but we do have the ability to get that data from CCOs.
What is the time gap of actual input into the system and you being able to receive it?
They actually provide us information on a monthly basis. Yes.
And then
the point is that the state hasn't picked a particular IT vendor that the CCOs must use. What the state does is defines the fields and the information that we need. So a CCO could contract with any number of vendors as long as it gets us the information we need to do our monitoring and oversight function.
But all the CCOs, to my knowledge, use the Metasced system. So it didn't appear to us that it was a voluntary decision. It seemed that everybody just...
I can't speak to how the CCOs made their decisions. There was not a state procurement for a system, and we are not a contractor with the Metasced organization.
One of our parents made some inquiries and found out that it was actually an OPWDD employee who designed the Metasced system, who's now no longer with OPW, and that might be one of the reasons that everyone signed on to it. And even with all its problems reported by the users and families who have been told by their care managers that they can't get their life plans, get additions or subtractions from the life plans of errors that have been made in the system, that there were a lot of glitches. A lot of times they couldn't put information in because the system was down for days, and there were a lot of glitches in the system.
So, Mary, I do want to speak to that. I wouldn't necessarily attribute it to any individual. I think for anybody who's worked on an IT project and has had to implement a large-scale IT project, and we think about the numbers of individuals and the records and the number of staff that had to be trained, and the vendor's ability to understand when a vendor puts forth a proposal saying that, yes, I can handle all the flow of data, I can handle being able to put that out. Everyone is promising that they can handle it. Every vendor says that. It's not until you actually go through the implementation process that you realize where those process glitches may be, where there's sort of, we had aggressive timelines. So I think some of it is just part and parcel of large-scale implementation. If anybody has done it flawlessly, please let me know. We'll gladly be able to sort of learn from those types of best practices. And I think the desire to use Metasched, I think, again, was less about any specific individual, but more an opportunity to think about the ability to collect and get information in a unified and consistent way. And I think that particular vendor had demonstrated the ability with, I think, previous work with the FIDA of having an understanding of the DD field. So I don't know I'd prescribe it that way, but I think for the most part you were true and you were accurate in recognizing some of the challenges, but I would also suggest that those might be challenges that we would have had regardless of the vendor. And when you think about the scale, if we had 5, 7, 10 different vendors, how much more challenging it would be in terms of understanding all of the different implementation challenges across multiple vendors.
And I just want to note on the reference to the OPWD staff who's no longer with us. I think OPWD was engaged with stakeholders and partners through the Balancing and Incentive Grant to develop our CCDD, which is the Care Coordination Data Definitions, which is the data set that Tamika referenced, that data set that we're asking for CCOs to give to us so we can do analytics, is what OPWD defined prior to the launch of CCOs to really develop that early capacity to bring information in from either CCOs or managed care plans. And it's been in development for over a decade. So yes, there's lots of partnerships and lots of development to define what in fact we would need to assess quality through data fields as we are moving forward. So a lot of work has been done, a lot of participation across the room here to really develop that data set. It's not specific to Metasched again.
So if you're saying that OPW gave a grant to develop this IT system.
It wasn't a grant to develop the IT system. It was engagement to develop the data fields and
OPWD
analytic capacity.
Specific. Yeah.
Yep.
And that would make sense. But wouldn't it have made sense at that point that OPWD would have access to that system and not just the individual
I think we all
CCOs?
recognize the need for early development, just like we were talking earlier today. Jill has spent, a lot of time developing that service authorization guidance and the tools that will support it. It takes time. It takes collaboration to, the building blocks and piloting to really test out how stuff is going to work. So I think it's a process. It's a journey of getting there, and we are going to make mistakes, and we are going to have bumps in the road. But again, we value your continued support to get to a system where we can do a better job of identifying outcomes for people.
So, Leah, is that a hand that's up?
Yes.
Okay. The mic. Just remember the mic, please.
That's always my problem, by the way, so it's okay. I just want to know, what are the analytics on the life plans themselves? Because I find that, the way I see it, it doesn't, that doesn't mean I know what I'm looking at, but it doesn't really answer everything. And I'm just wondering how it's being analyzed.
Yeah. Can I suggest something? That might be a subject for a future meeting where you can show how the data elements are actually going to be used in reporting so that you can provide the oversight. So
I would agree with that. It's going to be an overly simplified answer right now.
Okay.
One of the things the life plan will be informing are the measures that were in the CCO RFA or the CCO application. So there are performance measures as part of the application. There are also other data elements in there that we will be doing analytics on, and I think we can do a different presentation to actually show what is in the life plan data system.
Yes, because some of the questions somehow seem arbitrary in a way. They don't really make sense to me. They probably make a lot of sense to you. So
Which
I'm glad you're gonna
questions?
be going over it. I don't really.
Are you speaking to the IM assessment or the life plan itself?
The life plans itself. Maybe.
So maybe we take this suggestion, and I am taking notes when we're deferring certain topics for more in depth, because I think that conversation would be better had with first how it might be used, and then it could become clearer, because I think I can see a kind of a rabbit hole us going down into for the next little while, trying to get the background, and let's front and center it, and then come back to that question.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions for Tamika? Michelle?
I just want to thank you, Tamika, for your presentation. I really look forward to seeing how this develops. And I wanted to let you know that your points regarding needing to be concerned about protecting the identity of people are very well understood and very appreciated. So thanks for pointing that out, that's one of the things that we really need to be thinking about in this, because I don't think I had thought of it the way that, but it makes complete sense to me. Several years ago, and it's actually a practice that's still going on, a certain county has taken to enclosing with tax bills a letter about unfunded mandates, Medicaid mandates to the county, and they list the programs. Early intervention is costing this county this much dollars, and they go through each, and you really do feel, as a family who had 11 therapy visits into my house for many years in early intervention, that you were somehow being like a scarlet A being put on your chest in the community, that your child is costing us because of this. And so your comments reminded me of that experience, so I really wanted to highlight them, because there will be a point in time where you're going to say to us, we can't make that data available because of this, and I think we have to all be really sensitive to your concern is a really important concern. So I just wanted to thank you for that.
Just to follow up, Michelle, on that issue, a lot of the families who chose basic over comprehensive services chose it for that very reason, because they didn't want their children's medical information to be shared electronically with whoever, and also families who have children with complex medical needs couldn't wrap their heads around a care manager who can barely explain what a life plan is, actually making appointments, medical appointments, and helping families do that for their child. So, but one of the great concerns was the protection of data, of private.
So I think your microphone is off, Mary.
Mine. Somebody did sabotage.
But I do want to. We did a little bit of catch up on the agenda, but we're still not entirely caught up. And it is very important we get to what is our last published agenda item, which is the Kate's presentation on the HCBS renewal, which is both active and I think very important because it sustains the federal financial participation in our system.
Okay. Does somebody have a clicker?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Kate.
Okay. So if folks don't know, we're coming up to a waiver renewal. Everybody loves a good waiver renewal, and we are coming up to ours. So we are getting ready to submit our home and community-based services waiver to CMS for an extension. That means lots of activities will be starting. We hope to be submitting to them in November. That will be for another 5-year period. So we've had lots of chances in the last 5 years. I think we've had 12 amendments. I would love to get off the amendment juggernaut here and get to some stability in our waiver agreement, and we sure hope that's starting now. But we do have to renew it. Every 5 years, we have to go back to the federal government and tell them what the next 5-year period will be. So we will be starting that process in about a week. On September 16th, we will publish the waiver on our website for public comment. You will all get a notice with a link. It's going to be just like we do at every time. It'll be available as a PDF. It will be distributed throughout the states at DDROs for folks who want to have a hands-on visit with it. I can't say we've ever had anyone choose that option, but it is available for those who care to. We will also be doing several webinars, one during the day and one in the evening, to walk through what the significant changes are. Again, it'll be a real page turner. I know it's exciting for folks, but you will get to hear our dulcet tones describing on which page what change will be found. And I always get great reviews, so, you know. Oh, I don't know what happened. Okay. So this waiver is not going to be terribly exciting, which to me is a great thing. I don't like excitement with waivers. We are extending for 5 years. We have the same services we did have. We are updating language. So you're going to see, for example, where we referred to Medicaid service coordinators in the past, that language has changed. There were 2 budget actions that we will be addressing in this renewal, but other than that, it is very sort of standard vanilla. It's really the important thing here is that we go back to the federal government, we update our projections for the next 5 years, and we continue with the incredibly important services that we have described in that waiver. So I look forward to everyone's participation in that process. Again, you will all get notification of that. That'll be widely distributed from the Commissioner's Suite. And folks are, of course, invited to participate in the webinars that we have that'll kind of walk through the document itself. It is, 400 or 500 pages of a lot of fun and games, so I know it can be helpful to have some pointers along the way for the various elements. But I don't think that this is going to be particularly controversial because it really is just the ability to continue to fund the services that we have.
Kate, is it worth connecting the items on the agenda that one of the things in the renewal will be accommodating the migration of CFCO to state plan?
Well, there will be some changes in that, for example, we're going to have less people in out years using, for example, E-mods under the waiver because, 2 years from now we'll have some people that are getting it through the state plan. But in terms of the actual service descriptions, it's really, it continues to be the services as they were described. There's nothing really significant in those changes. There's some sort of technical areas where we had to, take into account that CFCO will be a service access point for folks. Any questions? Mary Ellen?
Okay. I have a related waiver question.
Okay.
So let's see if this is in the right category here. As families enter the HCBS waiver for the first time, okay, so they're applying for Medicaid for the first time. In our area, it has come to my attention directly from families, so it's not a hearsay, and I've actually seen the cards. There are some families that have been automatically enrolled into managed care Medicaid. Yes. And they don't know that they have an option not to do that because they're not informed. They're not aware of it. So I said to them, you need to go back and ask, because I got the call saying, can you help me choose which plan I should sign up for? And I'm like, how can that be? So naturally, it sent them back to the CCO. I guess I would call them the intake person that was helping them with the application process. And it wasn't just one CCO, it was more than one CCO in our area. And the CCO intake person said to them, well, we're going to go to managed care anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But if you so choose, you can do fee for service, but it would take time and you have to, return your card. And talk about overwhelming, confused. I don't know. My question is got several layers. Is this happening in other areas of the state? Or is this just unique to our county? Is this OPW informed of this, or is this a DSS?
So let me break it down a little.
And how do I help them? What do I do for these families?
First of all, you can certainly email me, and we can begin to understand where and how that's happening. People with IDD, so if you have a developmental disability and you have a 95 code, I know that's technical, but that's how we identify the person in the Medicaid payment system, you are exempt from enrollment in managed care. It does not mean that your parents, let's be clear, I myself am a person with IDD, I have a 95 code. I will never get a letter saying you must enroll in a managed care plan. However, if my parents are also Medicaid recipients, they will probably, if they do not have a developmental disability, have to choose a managed care plan. Right. So I think we need to break it down here a little and just be clear whether you're talking about the individual with IDD or you're talking about family members, because there's difference there.
This was, I specifically asked, and I actually saw the card, went through the thing. It was the individual.
Okay. Well, if you send us those examples, we can follow up.
Okay.
There are systemic sort of things in the quote unquote the system that prevent mandatory enrollment for people with IDD. It's a voluntary course, and many people do select it, but they don't have to. If there are particular instances where and Medicaid enrollment, by the way, is done in the county. It's not an OPWDD function. It's not, it's not our job. Someone who needs to get Medicaid because they need home and community-based services,
which is the reason why,
right, will come to us first for that. You need HCBS determination, but then that information goes to the county.
Right, which is
okay,
why
which
I was
is
asking,
the normal
is this
flow.
Yes, is this a county issue?
So it sounds like it's it's an information flow issue with counties, and if you send me that information, we can we can understand it.
So my concern is multifold, which you've directed one of them, which is a choice. So it's good to hear this is choice. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was assuming in informing the families. And then the second is, if this has happened here, it may be happening elsewhere. So how can we now have care managers or the people who are doing the intake for the waiver ensure that the families have the information that this is voluntary, mm-hmm. and they have a choice, rather than the choice is who is your provider, who's your plan.
Right.
So if we're going to do that, I suggest that it also be in the front door information when you mention applying for the waiver, so that there are different areas you can enter to try to break or it's been a problem.
Right. No, and we can absolutely do that. And we can certainly bring it up with, CCOs, because we have regular opportunities to make sure that we have consistent practice. What I will say, and it's very important, is that there's individual cases and there's systemic issues. And at some point you cross a threshold, but it's really important for us to know what those cases are, because then otherwise what you're really dealing with is just, not just, but you're dealing with he said, she said, and you don't really get a sense of, is this a particular county? Is it a particular region? Is
Right.
it all over the state? Is it the CCO or is it the county? Like, you want to be precise enough. And I think hearing those individual cases so that we can be on top of it, we can assist, we can clarify. It's a confusing world. And I don't think anyone is, be Pollyanna-ish. I don't think anyone is going out there and purposely sowing bad information, but we do need to make sure that we're all, understanding things consistently. And for counties, 9/10 of the people they deal with Medicaid do need to choose a plan. So it does behoove us to make sure that everybody has the right information. So the degree to which you keep us informed, and we can certainly look at what are those touch points to make sure that we're staying consistent.
Well, I know in detail about two, so I will share with you
please do.
those. And I know for sure one has already made the decision to switch and not have it, and the other one was waiting to hear a response.
Mhm.
Okay, all right,
Right.
thank you.
And I just want to point out that for some families, there tends to be better medical coverage. So if the family relies on Medicaid for their health insurance, you typically are going to get better coverage of specialties. So that is a reason why people may choose that. But a person with IDD does not have to make that choice. So if you share those with me, we'll work on those.
Kate, there was an issue when we were all mandated to sign up for a CCO. When the CCOs went into business, we had a deadline where we had to choose basic or comprehensive. And we saw multiple emails from families who were being pressured by MSCs and care managers and agencies to choose comprehensive over basic, and pressured, including myself. And I had a very educated care manager who's still with me, MSC, who's now my care manager, very knowledgeable, and kept trying to get me to choose comprehensive. And that happened to a lot of our parents. So when what's her name? Carrie
Commissioner Delaney.
Yeah, said that it was 97% of people who volunteered for comprehensive. We all laughed at that number because we saw what was happening on the ground, and particularly families who weren't very cognizant of the system. They were just told that they were going to get more services. Why would you not want more services? And they weren't. It wasn't being explained. Nobody could explain to them what the difference was with basic and comprehensive.
So
that's just to say that I'm not surprised to hear this.
Thank you.
Margaret? Margaret, yeah.
You mentioned that there were 2 budget actions. What are they?
So the budget actions are a proposed, and it went forward in the budget. There was one that was related to administrative funding for, I believe, ResHab and DayHab. So there is there's some variation on reimbursement that agencies receive for ResHab and DayHab, and there was a budget action that limited that to a percentage. I want to say like 15 or 16%, which is the very kind of upper threshold where folks are at. So it isn't going to affect all agencies by any stretch of the imagination. The other budget action that is included in the waiver, and again, it's in the rate setting sections, has to do with reimbursement for residential habilitation providers and the intersection with their room and board payments. So it's kind of complicated, but the bottom line there is if you live in an IRA, your residence gets a portion of your SSI for room and board. In some instances, that room and board, the actual costs are less than what is received from SSI. So in those cases, what the proposal is that becomes an offset to the residential habilitation portion of the payment to the provider. So it would cover the cost. And frankly, this is a methodology, it's a little technical, that we used to have in place. So it's really bringing back sort of a balance payment process that was in place several years ago. And those will be included, and we'll talk about them in the webinar and subject to public comment. And of course, approval by CMS as well.
Thank you.
As everything is subject.
Is there anything about telemedicine in there?
There isn't anything directly related to telemedicine. There are a few other technical changes that we think will increase some flexibility, but I don't believe we included anything in terms of telemedicine, because obviously it isn't directly a service within the waiver.
Can you tell us where we stand with regard to that?
Not without a high degree of probably inaccuracy, so I would want
We
to
put that in a future agenda.
I would want to come back to you on that.
Would you like it to?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. We'll get an update in a future
I know there's
agenda.
some very exciting things happening and some tremendous opportunities, but we'll get it on the next agenda.
Okay.
Let's,
so some stuff is being implemented now.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, we need to move to public input because we have a limited amount of time here, and we want to make sure we include public comment. So can we open it up to public comment? Martine, Harvey?
Hi. I'll try to use my mic. Oh, I need my glasses. Hold on, just a second. So first I'd like to thank everybody, thank you for giving us this opportunity to come to the public meeting and speak with everyone. In my case, it's like the only time I really get to come to a place like this and talk to people who have a direct result, a direct effect on some of the things that I need for my son for his well-being. So I had a couple of questions first, if that's okay. Okay. So I just wanted to make a comment ask the question on how I would find out if I'm a basic or a comprehensive care management type. I have no idea what we are. So I could just ask my CCO and they'll be able to tell me?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's definitely something I learned here. I have learned more by coming to these public meetings, and this is now my fourth meeting of the public type, and I can't thank you enough for it because I have homework every time I go home. I see one of the biggest issues that I have is that my care manager seems to be very, very focused. Like his most important number one item on his to-do list with my son is to get his life plan done and to get his IM assessment completed. And I don't understand why that's such a big deal. He's been getting services through OPWDD for over 10 years, and he has an ISP, and we have goals. We have a ComHab plan. He gets the HBCS waiver. And I want to talk to him about what's most important to my son, which is becoming employed. And that seems to be quite difficult. So the last time that I was at the public meeting here, I took some notes and I was introduced to some people, and I was very interested to find out about some of the subcommittees that are springboard off of the DDAC. And I tried contacting some of the subcommittee members, liaisons from OPWDD, to find out that there was a moratorium on new membership, that there wasn't a way for me to become involved, specifically involved with the self-direction subcommittee. There are others that I found interesting as well and thought that I could contribute to. I've been in self-direction now with my son for almost 3 years, and there are a lot of issues with self-direction, and one of them is, which I've heard mentioned before, was continuity of services and getting people to come out of their silos and then also to bridge between the different silos. You have one person who knows only about situation A, doesn't know about B, and then you're left kind of looking for answers. So that's difficult. So I've mentioned, I did contact the subcommittee liaisons, and I'm hoping that there's something that can be done so that I could be part of that self-direction subcommittee and maybe one or two of the others. But that's the one that I'm most concerned with and would like to be involved in. So I went to the joint advisory meeting, and at that meeting, I was moved to share a poem that my son wrote. It was unplanned. I was not going to read it. But listening to a lot of the advocates that were in the room and listening to a lot of the issues that were on the table, I found that it might be the best way for my son to have a voice, was to read his poem. And I had a lot of people come up to me and email me and get in touch with me from both meetings, actually, but the joint advisory board meeting was significant. And one of the board members introduced me to my CCO executive and said, you need to meet this woman, and you need to get together with her, and you need to have a meeting with her, and we need to help. And I had a meeting the following 2 weeks later, and I have about 22 emails since that meeting, and my son still doesn't have a job. So I know that they took it back to OPWDD and spoke with people back there, or at least one person back there that is focused on jobs, and he doesn't have a job. So I'm disappointed that nothing is getting off the ground. Basically, the emails started out as helpful, and they circled back around educating me on OPWDD and Access and Sept and ETP and all these other programs. It seems like there are a lot of programs out there, but OPWDD kind of holds them hostage and separate and apart from being able to be gotten to by OPWDD people, with people with a waiver. I seem to have to get to Access to get released from Access to get Sept. And I have to, can't really get released from Access because my son is going to school right now, and Access is helping with school. So while he's still in school, he can't get a part-time job, and he would very much like a part-time job. It makes him feel part of the community. It's on his ISP. It's on his goals. It's in his ComHab plan. And because it's a job, there's difficulty with a ComHab person because the pay scale, the reimbursement rate is different when you help somebody with a job than if you're just helping somebody with ComHab. And it's just very, very complicated. And I need some help from OPWDD to kind of level the playing field and smooth things out. It just doesn't seem realistic and fair that an adult man who wants to get a job with an IDD has to choose either go to school, which he has to do part-time because of his disability, or get a job, which he also has to do part-time. And to feel worth himself as a man, he wants to work. And I'm looking for somebody to help him with preparing his resume and some interviewing skills, and to go into some of the employment places where he would like to be employed, or to search out other places to be employed, to help him get that job for maybe 4 or 5 hours a week.
Ms. Harvey,
Yes.
Shamika, I think you have a finger up, and so I'm thinking that's indicated you wanted to respond in some way.
Well, I wanted to invite you, and you may have.
We're already there. We're already coming to the Saney's job fair.
Okay.
And there is another. That's the other. It's the other stepping stone for me is that I find things like that. When we were switching, because another issue is healthcare, and Charles, I shouldn't have mentioned his name, but anyway, my son wants to change his healthcare provider. So I had called my CCO and I asked for some assistance in doing that, and the response I got was, "Oh, you want me to do that for you?" I said, "Well, if I can get to it, I'll get to it." So I spent 40 minutes on the phone with another care agency with a healthcare agency to switch that. So I guess I'm just frustrated. I feel like I'm managing my son's care almost on an island by myself, and I need some help to do that. And I want to be involved with the subcommittee to help that. One of the issues there, of course, is with staffing. And if you're with one agency, it takes anywhere from a month to 2 months to get somebody approved who's not with that agency. It's not a level playing field. The rules are different when you go from one agency to the other. Some have some expectations and rules and regulations to hire staff. They're not the same as the other agency. So that becomes very difficult for people like me. So I wanted to address something that Kate had said earlier, which is like a lot of people have interview fatigue. I think that I just have fatigue. So I'm willing to talk to anybody and be interviewed and to really give the information, but I would really like that information to be utilized. There's nothing more frustrating than being interviewed and sitting and talking to people and thinking you're getting somewhere, then to find out that you're really not getting anywhere. So my meeting with my care coordination agency was very disappointing after all the build-up for me leaving here that day, and I got there and I had a lot of information to share, and it wasn't. It didn't result in anything.
We appreciate your comments. Let's see if we can set up some time with you and OPWDD to get into more detail on this.
That would be great.
Okay.
That would be great.
Thanks.
So I had a question.
We have to allow other members.
Okay. Can I ask you a question, though, about the Developmental Advisory Council? Oh, is that an open meeting with DOH? Is having that meeting on the 16th, is it? Did I get that date right?
It is, I believe, I don't manage it.
Okay.
I believe if you look on their website for...
it's called the Developmental...
Development and Implementation Council.
Okay, Developmental and Implementation Council. Okay, I can look that up. Thank you.
Okay.
And do you know if there's any family involvement in the weekly OPWDD meetings with the CCOs?
The weekly meetings are no. It's strictly OPWDD staff and the CCOs themselves.
Okay. Do you know if there's going to be anything coming in the future with families to be involved in some of the meetings that are happening with OPWDD and person-centered planning and self-direction, and how do I become involved, I guess is the question I'm asking, other than, I mean, I did try the subcommittee route. So
Martine, can we
is
take...
that possible?
Could we address those questions and give others some time?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just address one minor technical point? So one of the questions you had was about the focus of your care manager in developing a life plan when your son already has an ISP.
Mm-hmm.
On July 1st of 2018, we no longer created ISPs.
Right.
That process was changed in favor of creating life plans.
Right.
Life plans became inclusive of what was in ISPs in addition to healthcare services.
Okay.
So when you describe the current status of your son having an ISP, why does he need a life plan? He technically...
No, I know why he needs a life plan. My point was...
But technically he doesn't have an ISP because that
Right.
language and that process was changed, 16 months ago.
Right.
So just to help with your navigating the system, the life plan is really the core service planning document that you would want to have in place to drive the services that you're seeking.
Right, but he does have goals, and he does have his safeguards, and all those things are in place.
And those should be in the
And the
life
reason we
plan.
don't have one is that we were told when we were getting into self-direction that if we started a life plan, self-direction would stop. All the work of starting to get into self-direction at the time would stop. And so I was very reluctant to start the life plan at that point.
So I do think we need to move to the next speaker.
Just one question. As a council member, can I ask when the next meeting of the Self-Direction Committee will be? Because that sort of has died a bit in the water since the last commissioner left. And all my parents are asking all the time when.
So I think that there needs to be a separate discussion outside of this particular meeting. Sitting here, I'm not sure who's driving those subcommittees.
And Nick is the chair.
And so I think that as the council, in collaboration with OPWDD, we need to have an understanding of what subcommittees exist, what subcommittees have gone dormant.
Roger, it exists.
I'm just, there are a number of subcommittees in different guises that need to be sort of looked at. I don't know that it's been done in recent past, and so we can do that.
Excuse me, Roger. At the last meeting that I was at, the last DDAC, Commissioner Kastner let us know who the new liaison for that subcommittee was going to be with OPWDD. So I had contacted him right away. I was so excited. I said, "Oh, I've learned that you're the new liaison," and I got an email back that said, "Yeah, well, we're not doing anything, no new subcommittee members yet." And the same with the other subcommittee that I contacted. There was a moratorium on that, and Nick, I had spoken with you about that. So I'm not sure what
right. There's a distinction that I'm trying to make unsuccessfully, it appears. So a subcommittee of a larger committee should typically have a chair who is a member of that larger committee. Typically, no, we have a committee chair for the old DDAC.
No, but Nick is the chair of the self-direction.
I've been an acting chair, yeah, and we're looking at the committee membership as well as having a full-time chair.
So I
throw
think
me off, are you?
part of the challenge is that we have some subcommittees which are chaired by individuals who are not, in fact, members of the committee. So
That's always been the way. That's always been the way. Yes.
And so I don't know that in this forum right now is the most productive time to have that discussion. I think it's a discussion that's necessary. I think it's probably a discussion that the council itself first needs to have with itself.
Do you have a time frame on that?
I don't, but we can work to have this resolved by the next quarterly meeting. I think that would be a reasonable time frame, but I'm looking to the committee because we are also in the process. Theoretically, this committee should, I believe, have 30 members. I don't see 30 people around the table, and so one of the things that is an active question is how do we improve in a number of ways the membership of this group.
People were told they couldn't call in to the meeting. People who couldn't physically attend, they were told they weren't allowed to call in.
Right.
I wonder if we could table this particular conversation till the next meeting. I think it's really important. I'm concerned about the subcommittees. I do think we need to talk about them, but there are clearly other public folks here
Thank you,
who
Susan.
would like to talk.
And what we can do is I'll work with Nick to schedule a call that the committee members can have, whether you choose how we do that out with the executive committee and so on. We can talk that through.
And it's acknowledged that, we do have to look at membership in general, attendance at the meetings, membership in the subcommittees, whether or not we continue the subcommittees in their current form, how we chair those subcommittees, and then also how do we make sure that we have adequate membership in those subcommittees. So again, we've had some change both in leadership and as well as in the attendance of the council. So we need to re-examine that because again, we're in a position where some of the subcommittees don't have a critical mass to even make decisions or have the skill sets to address some of the issues that we have. So that's something that I think we could have a conversation.
We have a lot of parents who would volunteer to be
Can
on
we
that
just
committee.
move? There's two more individuals who have signed up to make public comment, and I think we need to respect that. The second individual is Karen Nagy.
Hello. I'm going to try to line myself up with the microphone. And I wrote myself some notes so that I would stay on track, and I'm going to try to keep it quick. My name is Karen Nagy, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you all today. As a parent of a young man with significant autism, he's profoundly disabled. Our son is 29 years old, and he was diagnosed with autism at 2. He's had all of the services since EI. He lives in an adult residence locally right now, and he receives a very high level of support because he's so complex. His behavior and his health began to deteriorate early last year. He became increasingly more dangerous and aggressive, resulting in many 911 calls and ER visits. It was heartbreaking to watch. He was on a cocktail of medications, had significant skin problems and frequent infections, so he had some health issues going on too. The frequency and intensity of his behavioral outbursts, however, really increased over the summer. And at that time, we had already reached out to OBWDD's Institute for Basic Research at the Jervis Clinic for help, and we brought him for a comprehensive evaluation. It was a medical evaluation, psychiatric evaluation, and psychological evaluation in August. And I just wanted to kind of capture this experience for you. We were very impressed with the doctors at the Jervis Clinic. They were very collaborative, and they clearly had an expertise in autism in the way individuals with autism metabolize medications. They collected medical samples. They interviewed us extensively. They analyzed a medication history that I had collected data on for over 18 years since Sean was 10. And we were just really impressed with their thoroughness. The psychiatrist recommended a significant medication adjustment in conjunction with recommendations for behavioral supports in a positive way. So we left there feeling very comforted and having something to hope for. A few months after that, after another explosive behavioral episode, 911 was called and he was brought to the ER. We decided at that point that we were going to stand up and advocate for him to be administered or admitted to the hospital so that he could, first of all, be safe and everyone around him could be safe, and also so that he could go through a medication adjustment in a safe medical environment. That was incredibly difficult advocacy. So we did have him admitted, and during the admission, we did reach out to the psychiatrist at the Jervis Clinic, and she continued to help us to advocate for the psychiatrist at the local hospital to make the recommended adjustments to his medications. So he was there for 6 days. They decreased and discontinued 5 out of 6 medications and added an additional medication, a new medication. So after 6 days in the hospital, he went back to his residence, and staff, and we are lucky enough to have a residence where we have a great quality program. We have staff that are dedicated to helping us. They supported him through a lengthy and brutal withdrawal process and recovery. So that's the experience we had. It's been a really emotional journey. It's been a year-long, draining process, and we're still working through it, but he is in a much better place now, behaviorally and physically. We haven't had to call the ER. We have not called 911, go to the ER. His skin conditions are all cleared up. His infections are cleared, and we're headed in the right direction. So given that experience, we are so very appreciative for the Jervis Clinic, for the psychiatrist there, and how helpful she was in getting us moving in the right direction. And we're just grateful for that and wanted to let you know that. Given our experience at the Jervis Clinic, too, we realized what a valuable resource it was to us with a son in crisis. We've learned a real lot through this experience. First of all, we realized that hospitals are not equipped to handle individuals with IDD like our son. especially when they're in behavioral crisis. But I have to add that typically they're in behavioral crisis when they're in medical crisis because they lack any way to communicate what's going on with them physically. So that was a challenge. And then secondly, the psychiatric piece has always just been this missing puzzle piece that we just couldn't get to fit just right. So we've realized, through this process how difficult it is to find good psychiatry and even access someone who has an expertise in autism. So we were really grateful for the psychiatrist down in Staten Island. She helped us immensely. So in summary, the medication changes and behavioral supports that the Jervis Clinic recommended have improved our son's quality of life, minimized 911 calls, visits to emergency rooms, improved his overall health, and eliminated, I would say a cocktail of drugs from his system that obviously weren't working. We are so fortunate that his residential and his habilitation provider is quality driven and committed to meeting his high level of need. That's another big part of the puzzle. In addition, because we've had access to quality primary care and now new psychiatric care through private insurance, a lot of his medical issues have cleared up, resolved, and he now has a chance to lead a meaningful, functional, and productive life, where we weren't so sure that was going to happen 6 months ago. So we're hopeful that the move to managed care will somehow allow other individuals like our son to access a broader level of health care, because I think that medical piece is so integrated with the actual diagnosis, and I think sometimes that gets missed. We only see the disability and we don't look at the medical piece. And then finally, given the profound nature of our son's disability and its lifelong implications, he needs an incredible amount of proactive support to be successful and safe. And so at a personal level, we're really concerned about the impact of managed care on rehabilitative services and residential services for individuals like him. So that's my personal spiel, and then I also would like to share a memo with you. I'm a steering committee member of the Eastern New York Developmental Disabilities Advocates Group. We're an independent group of parents and family members. We are located in the general capital region. We don't receive any money from any government entity. We don't receive any money from any providers. We just really want to have a voice for our individuals. So we recently sent a statement of support to Dr. Kastner. I'm not sure if you've seen it yet, but I thought if I read it out loud, it might be helpful.
I did read it. I received it, and it was a little peculiar because it was a support of me personally. It seemed.
Well,
and it was just an odd way to frame
I guess
a letter. But I do very much appreciate your comments about OPWDD, Institute for Basic Research, and the needs for integrating healthcare and long-term care, particularly with behavioral supports. We've had a lot of those discussions in the past, and those perspectives are, I think, included in our efforts to look at managed care and how we can successfully, move in that direction. So I do appreciate both the general comments and the kind of personal comments.
Okay.
and maybe in the interest of time, I think we could certainly, if you provide us the copy, we can share the writing with the members of the council.
Yes.
I think that might be more time efficient than reading it aloud.
All right.
Thank you.
We just want to support the move to kind of pause and be thoughtful about the transition, and then we also want to make sure that, if there's any additional resources, that they are directed back to the direct support field, because they are the foundation of everything. And
Understood, and I always hate being the one to cut people off, but it seems to
quiet.
be my my lot in life. So I'm going to do that. And we have one more gentleman.
But thank you very much.
Thank you
I
so
do
much.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
I did read that.
Carl Tegmeyer.
Hi. I probably could have done this from Gary's chair. Gary made his apologies. Can you hear? Yep. I have a pretty loud voice, so I don't want to.
Yeah, no, for
Okay,
accessibility
very good.
purpose, doesn't matter how loud your voice is
Okay.
through the internet, they will not be able to hear it unless you're right in the mic like this.
Sounds good. Again, I co-chair the task force on special dentistry with Gary Goldstein. He made his apologies. He had a board meeting he had to leave to. He wanted me to make a couple statements. First off, we're having our task force meeting. It's still tentative. It's going to be November, and it's supposed to be out at Stony Brook School of Dentistry. It's going to be on this program that we've been working on for a couple of years. And the reason Gary's being such a nudge is because he's getting some pushback that we're bringing up this agenda on oral health exactly when we have this huge transformation. But, you know, one is a bad time, really, for improving people's health with developmental disabilities. And also with this transformation, it's very important that we get things in this transformation that does relate to dentistry. And I want to explain why it's so important. Probably, Commissioner, you've probably seen it. There's probably over a couple hundred articles in medical journals and dental journals that relate oral health and inflammation to inflammation in the rest of the body, such things as coronary artery disease, arthritis, diabetes, rheumatoid arthritis, any inflammatory condition. It seems like in the 19th century, dentistry and medicine went in separate silos. We've been separate ever since, but we're starting to come back together with these reports that are coming out with this relationship. These inflammatory factors from the mouth become systemic, and they piggyback on other inflammatory conditions in the body and make them worse. So for this oral health agenda that we're talking about, we will make people healthier, we will save dental dollars, we will save medical dollars. And in care coordination, where we coordinate all these services together, it's hugely important. So this meeting that we're going to have out there is going to be open to everybody. It's on overcoming obstacles to oral health. It's going to be a training session for dental professionals. But in our oral health agenda, and this thing what we're going to do, these professionals will go out into the communities throughout the state, essentially, and start a train-the-trainer program. And these trainers can be anybody within a nonprofit, can be a nurse, can be a house manager, it can be a family. So it's something that we really want to do. When we talk about this inflammation, Dr. John Morgan used to be a special needs dentist in the Albany area. He went on to Tufts University to teach, and the commissioner there, they basically started a public program, a private program. The commissioner was Dr. Elin Howe, who many of you may know is our commissioner here at OMRDD at the time. And they have 6 specialty clinics throughout the state. John was on, he had everything on electronic records. He mined his data, and what he found out was with people with developmental disabilities, 95% of his population had gingival inflammation, gum inflammation. 80% had destructive gum inflammation. That's what we call periodontitis. So essentially, that disease, you lose bone over time, and after you lose enough bone, you get abscesses and you lose the teeth. He also, I think, at a certain age, these patients of his were down to 12 teeth over many years, even going. So again, this oral health component is so important that we get after it. So essentially, we're going to open it up to the entire public, not only dentists. We'll be contacting parent to parent, the nonprofits throughout the state, inviting anybody that wants to come. It will be video teleconference across the state. And again, it's going to be Friday, November 8th, tentatively, and will be, again, the host site will be Stony School of Dentistry, Stony Brook School of Dentistry. There's a possibility it may be Turo School of Dentistry in Westchester County. We still don't have everything worked out, but as you notice, our last meeting was at NYU School of Dentistry. We're trying to get to the students when they're young. Basically, when you make an impression on them when they're young, you get them when they're young, they stay with you. So when they hear about this, it's really, really incredible. The second thing I did want to talk about is preserving the safety net of care, dental care in the state that we have now. This goes back to discos. You all remember discos? OPWDD's answer at the time for that was to incorporate language into the contracts, the managed care organization contracts, that would protect the safety net. And Gary and I worked with Department of Health, the commissioner there, with the commissioner at OPWD, to get this language into the contracts. Well, then it switched to health homes. So that whole plan kind of went out the window. And what we're going to do is use what Partners Health Plan did, essentially, and use a managed care organization that they went to, which was #1 in the country as far as providing managed care. And we're working with them. And we basically a year ago, July, I made an application to the Department of Health to get data basically on people with developmental disabilities in the system, essentially. So we have numbers by county, their level of intellectual disability, also, and the payments. There's two systems of payments, essentially fee-for-service and ambulatory patient groups. Fee-for-service would be for a private dentist like me in my office. I get a different payment than a facility, which is in Article 28. That's being a hospital or a freestanding clinic. They get a facility fee plus a dental payment combined. So we have both sets of payments, and we also have all the procedures that were done on them. Number of fillings, number of extractions, number of gum work, cleanings, you name it, we have it. So we're putting dollar numbers to that. And our goal, essentially, is to have an independent practice association of all the special needs dentists and facilities throughout the state, all right, as a group, essentially, and be basically the provider and the payer for them, essentially, just as it is being done with Partners Health Plan and this FIDA DD project that's been done around the city and the suburbs. So when we took this to Department of Health, Greg Allen, who's over there, did like this model, and it is moving forward. And I think that we'll certainly be able to, if we get everything done right, it will preserve this system of care, if not make it better. One of the things we're trying to do is get more private dentists out in the community to join. What's happening now is what we see is, a child with a developmental disability will be with the family practitioner. About 80% of these individuals can stay with any private practitioner. They don't need any specialized care. But what happens when they get Medicaid, their family dentist doesn't take Medicaid. So essentially they move on to a specialty clinic, which is an Article 28, which pays at a much higher fee. So we see a lot of savings in the system if we can keep them with their family dentist. So we're going to have a fee structure, essentially, that will be incentive. What we heard from our professionals across the state a lot of times is the red tape and the paperwork. They don't get paid. It's not like a commercial carrier, essentially. So we're going to try and also mimic the commercial carriers, make the paperwork less burdensome, and keep more family dentists, providing the care.
So this sounds like a lot. And can I ask you, particularly for the event that may occur at one of two locations, it sounds like, let's make sure that as that information concretizes, we certainly can get the information out through our communications networks, which it sounds like there's a lot of people who will be interested in it. So can you make sure that you get that information to us? I don't know, Commissioner, if you wanted to react to some of the other information. I'm deferring to my the medical doctor to my immediate left.
Well, I was going to say the comments around managed care design are really helpful. I'm not sure this is the best venue for that.
Right.
But assuming that there'll be more discussions around managed care and IDD, I would look for opportunities to submit those as part of the public comment process around recommendations for the design of that project.
We just knew there were a lot of people and dentists that were kind of concerned moving forward what was going to happen, given on the private side that's out there already in managed care. We were very concerned at the task force that if left to the private system that was there, we would lose the safety net. And we did have an answer for it, both under DISCOs and also now. But perfectly clear, this is separate from OPWDD. All the board members happen to be on the task force. They're all special needs dentists. One is actually the president this year of the Special Care Dental Association. He's also a past president of the New York State Dental Association. If the special needs dentists on this board can't figure this out, there's no hope.
Well, it sounds like you've made a real contribution and thought through it in a great deal, and so I would make that available through the channel for public comment that relates to, the IDD managed care initiative. So it'll be helpful and hopefully can inform that process.
Carl, thank you. Thank you for
Thank
all
you.
you do.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's the end of our public comment. I appreciate everybody being here today. Our next meeting is on December 11th. Again, same place, I believe, right, Josie? Okay, it'll be in the same place, maybe a different meeting room, but we'll send you out details on that. We'll also facilitate some conversations about the structure and the subcommittees and the topic that we discussed, and make sure that some of the topics that we've asked for additional information on in future meetings are scheduled. So I appreciate you all coming today, and we'll close the meeting and have safe travels.